Currently, at the vicinity of the frigid pool, just as the huge turtle bellowed, both Chen Feng and Wang felt the scene before their eyes flickered and started changing. When it ended, they had both appeared in a brand new world. Where is this? Chen Feng looked around him. Wang Yao had disappeared. Wang had also disappeared. Even the frigid pool had disappeared. Currently, everything had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Howl. A bellow that shook the heavens and earth resounded. This was an area immersed in a vast yet ancient aura. Suddenly, a mutated beast that Chen Feng had never seen before appeared. Its four limbs stepped on the ground as a bizarre flame swirled around its limbs. This mutated beast was not powerful. However, for unknown reasons, its aura had raised a sense of reverence from the depths of Chen Feng's heart. What is this? Chen Feng's heart leapt. An unfamiliar place. An unfamiliar mutated beast. Is this an illusion? Chen Feng suddenly realized. Bang! The flame on the mutated beast's limbs blazed as it charged toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng fought back and found that this mutated beast's strength was roughly at the peak of F class. Although it was somewhat stronger than him, he was still able to put up some sort of resistance against it. Whoosh! Unleashing his wind blades, Chen Feng started battling the beast. This beast is somewhat stupid. After unleashing several wind blades, Chen Feng noticed that although this mutated beast was quite powerful, from its slow reaction time, it was quite apparent that the beast's intelligence was somewhat low. Good chance. Chen Feng controlled his wind blades as the blades circled around. Whoosh! Several wind blades arched in a perfect curve midair before ambushing the beast from the back and killing it. Without using any luck value, Chen Feng had managed to kill the beast using his own strength. The mutated beast turned into a clump of light before it disappeared. Subsequently, Chen Feng could feel that the fading light had turned into some sort of power before rushing into Chen Feng's body and increasing his spirit attribute by 1 point. Spirit increased. Chen Feng was shocked. Killing a mutated beast in this illusion could actually increase his spiritual energy. How was it possible that the huge turtle was so kind? Unless Wang Yao. Why? Chen Feng felt doubtful. If Wang Yao had done this previously when she was not aware of his grudges with Wang, it would be understandable. However, he had intentionally mentioned the examinations incident in front of Wang Yao, pointing out his grudge with Wang. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be more logical if Wang Yao were to exclude him when she was helping Wang improve his strength? Instead, Wang Yao, Wang family. Chen Feng started thinking about Wang Yao, who currently possessed the appearance of 11 or 12 years old girl. Suddenly, he felt that there might be a shocking secret he was unaware of in this Wang family. They might not be the same type of people after all. Chen Feng contemplated. He should temporarily see Wang Yao and Wang family as different entities. With this line of thought, a lot of confusing things were suddenly explainable. As for now, howl. Another mutated beast appeared. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Since there was a benefit to be gained in front of him, he had to grab hold of it. Go! Whoosh! Wind blades were unleashed. At the same time, also in an illusionary world, Wang, who had been amply prepared, was also giving his utmost battling mutated beasts. However, as he was currently at the initial stage of his chosen path where he had nearly zero combat power, he could only go all out when he was battling the mutated beasts. A bizarre huge sword appeared in his hands. It was actually the exact same sword that Wang Yao used. Sister's sword. Wang inhaled deeply. Come, bang. He slashed downward and started his battle with the mutated beast. Both their illusions were synchronous. Wang had his sister's assistance while Chen Feng had his own methods as well. Both of them had eerily maintained the same killing speed. Both their spiritual energies increased constantly. After each kill, their spiritual energy would be increased by 1 point. Although the mutated beasts that appeared were getting stronger, which in turn had caused their battles to be even more desperate, they continued pushing forth to reach their limit mode. Currently, in front of the frigid pond, red light was swirling around Wang Yao. She controlled the glowing globe as she firmly fixed it in midair while allowing the power of the life and death domain to continue taking effect on Chen Feng and Wang. The main show begins. A smile appeared on Wang Yao's delicate tiny face. She didn't work so hard just to help increase Wang's attributes. The actual usage of life and death domain was to help one break through their limit mode. Currently, Wang and Chen Feng's spiritual energy was increasing rapidly. 95, 96, 97, 100 points. After killing the final mutated beast, Wang and Chen Feng's spirit attribute had finally reached the limit mode of F class, reaching the pinnacle of the class. The The purple light globe flickered rapidly. Be obedient. A cold glint flickered in Wang Yao's eyes. Bang! Red light blossomed. Make one final contribution before you disappear. Wang Yao pointed. The purple light globe started to rotate rapidly. Rays of purified light enveloped both Chen Feng and Wang Yao. At this time, within the life and death domain, a change was silently occurring. Whoosh! An ice-cold light blade brushed past Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng looked at his cloth that was cut open as he was drenched in cold sweat. This strength. The ground trembled. A huge mutated beast walked out of the shadows. The faint pressure it emitted caused Chen Feng to be somewhat astonished. This aura, it seemed to be a E-class mutated beast. E-class? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. This was an illusion. Hence, there was no Thunder Snake gene. Here, he could only depend on his own strength to deal with everything thrown at him. Did this thing appear due to me reaching the limit mode? Chen Feng thought knowingly. Both him and Wang had reached the limit mode. It was too dangerous for one to attempt to surpass the limit through the pressure brought forth by life-threatening dangers and desperate battles. Hence, Wang Yao had chosen this way to help Wang break through his limit. He is indeed her younger brother. Chen Feng shook his head. This seemed to be something Wang Yao had prepared for Wang. He was just lucky to be here as well by chance. Battling an E-class mutated beast and breaking through under pressure? Chen Feng sighed as he looked at the mutated beast in front of him. Was it possible? He had seen a lot of E-class mutated beasts. He had even killed a few of them at Dragon's Passing Mountain. Even without the Thunder Snake gene reagent, with luck aura, it was not possible for these beasts to pose any threat to him. From his previous life until now, he had experienced too many near-death situations. Maybe I should forget that luck aura actually exists and try breaking through this way. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Go. Chen Feng planned to give it a try using his pure combat power alone. Whoosh! Wind blades were unleashed. Chen Feng started battling the mutated beast. Outside the illusionary world, Wang Yao frowned. Something seems to be wrong. She was aware of what kind of person her brother was. It was due to his weak willpower that she had decided to use this method to increase Wang's level and willpower. Instead, this variable known as Chen Feng was the one possessing talent and willpower far surpassing her brother Wang. However, in the life and death domain, the signs of breakthrough had actually appeared on Wang first. It appeared on that idiotic brother of her. Bang! Bang! The battle was progressing. Wang was involved in an extremely bitter battle. He was aware that this was something that his sister had fought for him. However, possibly due to Chen Feng's existence, he had started to be harsh on himself. Not wanting to lose out to Chen Feng, he started putting everything he had on the line to battle the mutated beasts, constantly pushing himself forward. Wang's bottleneck was tottering. A breakthrough might happen any time. On the other hand, there were no signs of a breakthrough on Chen Feng. Weird. Wang Yao muttered. Have I looked too highly upon you? A tinge of doubt flickered in Wang Yao's eyes. However, she failed to guess that the reason for Chen Feng not breaking through was not due to his willpower being not firm enough. Instead, it was due to his willpower being too firm. In the illusion, the desperate battle that was supposed to happen did not appear. Slowly, Chen Feng started to gain the upper hand. In midair, several tens of wind blades hovered. Unexpectedly, none of them had dispersed. Along with Chen Feng's continuous release, the amount of wind blades increased constantly. Under the control of his spiritual energy, they hovered around him. It was akin to a dance of wind blades. Even if the A-class mutated beast was stronger than Chen Feng, it couldn't get near him at all. The strength of this mutated beast was not bad at all. With the strength attribute nearing 300 points, it was extremely terrifying. However, so what? Due to it being dull, its movements were somewhat clumsy. Chen Feng could easily evade the beast. Under his control, the amount of wind blades hovering around him increased. He was sure that when the amount of wind blades exceeded 100, he only needs to launch all of them onto this mutated beast and it would probably be enough to heavily injure it. Crisis? Where was the crisis? Chen Feng's head ached as he felt troubled. In this situation, he felt quite helpless. He was aware that this illusion was a good opportunity for him to break through. However, it really failed to give him even the slightest bit of pressure. Furthermore, he was too rational, to the point where he was aware that everything in front of him was an illusion regardless of how real it seemed. He was so rational that he was aware that he could defeat this E-class mutated beast with his power alone without even using his luck value. Seems like I won't be able to break through. Chen Feng sighed. Too weak. This life and death domain was in essence something specially prepared to serve Wang. If the mutated beasts in the illusion were too powerful, it could lead to Wang's death. Hence, After being purified by Wang Yao, it was weakened to a certain extent, which led to this domain being incapable of satisfying Chen Feng's requirements. Surpassing his limit in the midst of crisis and danger. He did not even feel any sense of crisis. How the heck was he supposed to break through? Howl. The mutated beast tried to advance. Chen Feng casually chose several tens of wind blades among those hovering around him and tossed them out. With this alone, he had successfully forced the mutated beast to retreat. The wind blades curved perfectly before returning to him and continued hovering around him. I will just pretend this is a wind blade practice. Chen Feng could only comfort himself this way. In actuality, he was already very satisfied. He originally came to return Wang Yao's favor of saving his life. He did not expect to have the opportunity to ride along Wang's benefit and have his spirit attribute increased to 100 points. This could be classified as an unexpected gain. Now, he only needed to wait for the illusion to end and he could return home and start producing the strongest gene. At this thought, he became even more half-hearted when battling the beast. At the same time, the aura of Wang was slowly transforming. You are almost there? A faint smile curled on the corner of Wang Yao's lips. Seems like this brother of mine is not some hopeless trash after all. There is a reason, after all, for the Wang family to prioritize on nurturing him. As for Chen Feng, you can't even grasp this opportunity. Wang Yao shook her head, feeling somewhat regretful. Due to the incident at Dragon's Passing Mountain, she had looked highly upon Chen Feng. Hence, she dragged Chen Feng into the life and death domain as well. Unexpectedly, a crisp sound. A bizarre sound spread from the distance. There's someone else here? Wang Yao looked at the Chen Feng and Wang that was still in the illusion and frowned. This was a somewhat bad turn of events. In order to maintain the illusion, she could not act on anyone else. Otherwise, thump thump. Sounds of chaotic footsteps could be heard. A group of people appeared without trying to conceal themselves. When they saw Wang Yao, both sides blanked. It's you? Wang Yao remembered. Wu Fan, a classmate of her brother's. She had seen him before at Dragon's Passing Mountain. Wang Yao? Wu Fan's expression changed slightly. How would he come across Wang Yao at this time? As he turned around and looked at the Chen Feng and Wang that were in an illusion, he understood. You are helping them to break through. Leave. Wang Yao glanced at them coldly and did not say anything else. You know her? Chang Hu looked at Wu Fan, who was in fear. Someone from the Wang family. Wu Fan said in a low voice, let's go. Subconsciously, he wanted to leave with his group immediately. He originally came because he thought that there were some treasures here due to the mysterious appearance of this place. He did not expect to meet these people here. How unlucky. However, somewhat exceeding his expectations, Chang Hu did not listen to him. Instead, he was staring at Wang Yao greedily. She is someone from the Wang family? Chang Hu suddenly asked. You must have gone insane. Wu Fan was trembling with fear. This woman's strength is extremely terrifying. Why should we be afraid of her brat? Chang Hu sneered. Terrifying? Does a mere F-class warrior like you know what true terror is? She must have quite a lot of treasures on her, right? Chang Hu licked his dry lips and said greedily. No matter how strong she is, what's the point? In her current state, she can't budge at all. Otherwise, those two fellows will definitely be crippled. As long as we don't act too excessively, she will definitely not make her move. How can we let go of such a good opportunity? Wu Fan retreated in fear. You are insane. Robbing Wang Yao? How ignorant was this guy? However, Chang Hu's words reminded him of something. According to what his family had told him, the Wang family put a lot of hope on Wang. They had even prepared a certain formidable E-class gene reagent for him. Since he was currently trying to break through, that gene reagent might be on his body. If he were to obtain that thing for himself, the one who rose in power abruptly would not be Wang but him instead. As for Wang Yao, she wouldn't dare to kill in the town. Right? There was a saying that a benefit of 300% would tempt a person to ignore the law. Now, if this information he'd gotten was true, after robbing Wang, the benefit would be 10,000%. Wang Yao could not move. Was there any better opportunity than this? No. As for the Wu family, they can go FCK themselves. Who cares? If the Wu family was willing to nurture him, would he still need to hire someone to help him increase his attributes? At worst, he only needed to rob the thing he wanted before fleeing. When he became stronger, he could return again. That's right. That gene reagent. Wu Fan was thoroughly tempted. Under the temptation of a huge benefit, he was under the impression that he had everything planned out. However, The current him that was still a student was too naive. He was not aware of the significance of the power demonstrated by Wang Yao at Dragon's Passing Mountain. Hand over everything on you. Wu Fan opened his mouth as he looked at Wang Yao. We won't hurt anyone. Hence, you don't have to give up on the both of them to fight against us. We only want your things and won't hurt anyone. A cold expression appeared on Wang Yao's tiny face. You are courting death. We only want your things. Wu Fan clenched his teeth. If you continue hesitating, don't blame us for being rough. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Chang Hu sneered. Just rob them directly. Don't act recklessly. Jiang Ling pulled him back. She could see that something seemed wrong with that little girl. Wu Fan might be right. If someone got hurt and the little girl makes a move without caring about everything else, we might really die here. Is that true? Chang Hu stared at Wang Yao for a while before nodding his head in fear of the consequences. Hand over your stuff. Otherwise, I will kill this kid first. Chang Hu pointed at Wang, a malevolent expression on his face. He'd had enough of these young masters. Today, he shall rob this wealthy family. Don't drag this on. Chang Hu sneered. Otherwise, I will remove one of his arms first. Wang Yao looked at them coldly before finally agreeing. I'll give you what you want. Jiang Ling, you go. Chang Hu told Jiang Ling to go over. Jiang Ling took small quick steps and walked over before she started taking out the things from the little bag on Wang Yao's waist. As she looked at Wang Yao's indifferent gaze, her whole body started sweating, not daring to stay an extra second there. Within the small bag, everyone was stunned as they looked at the reagents inside. This little girl was actually carrying so many things on her. Furthermore, most of them were invaluable reagents. Now we're rich. Chang Hu and the rest were speechless. The few of them started dividing the loot, not noticing the cold glint hidden within Wang Yao's eyes. Was she a person one could rob so easily? She had decided that as soon as Wang and Chen Feng woke, she would let them suffer a fate worse than death. At the same time, Wu Fan walked forward as well and pulled the things off Wang directly. Currently, the aura of Wang was changing constantly. Evidently, he was near a breakthrough. Leave quickly. He is almost done breaking through. Wu Fan was excited as he looked at the reagent in his hands. Let's search that person as well. Chang Hu pointed at Chen Feng and said, leave immediately after getting his stuff. Faster. Wu Fan was somewhat impatient. What good things could Chen Feng have? He was a mere poor peasant. However, beyond everyone's expectations, the instant that person touched Chen Feng's closed eyes opened abruptly and sent the person flying away with a kick. Who is it? Chen Feng shouted coldly. He had awoken. Wang Yao looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. He had actually woken himself before the illusion ended. How was that possible? The so-called final limit breakthrough in the life and death domain was basically one getting ravaged and pressured by a powerful final boss, forcing one to break through. Even if one were killed in the illusion, one would be resurrected. Now, he had actually awoken. Wang Yao was astonished. Presently, Chen Feng was coldly staring at the group that appeared before him. The moment someone touched him, he instantly unleashed all his collected wind blades and killed that mutated beast before directly returning to reality. This was due to him constantly maintaining a high vigilance. He was not only on guard against his enemies, he was also on guard against Wang Yao and Wang. Even if he now somewhat understood the type of person Wang Yao was, he would not entrust his life to others, especially under the circumstances where Wang was also there. Hence, he was prepared. He did not expect that the ones messing around were actually these people before him. As he looked at the things in Wu Fan and Chang Hu's hands, he understood what had happened. You all actually dare to rob us? Chen Feng was stupefied. This was truly his first reaction. Unexpectedly, there was someone who dared to rob Wang Yao. They must have gone insane. His thoughts were reinforced when he looked at Wu Fan. Now, he was sure that this child was hopeless. Even if the incident where Wang Yao saved him before was not taken into consideration, just based on Wang Yao's strength that was capable of fighting against their headmaster, was she someone a student like Wu Fan could act against? This child was totally courting disaster. You actually woke up? Wu Fan felt something amiss and called out to Chang Hu, let's leave quickly. Why should we leave? Chang Hu said in disdain, if we don't kill this kid and instead give him the chance to notify the Wang family, can we still leave? But, Wu Fan hesitated. Chen Feng had saved his life after all. However, soon, his expression became vicious. Even if he saved him, so what? For this gene reagent, to become an expert in the future. Chen Feng had to die. End this quickly. Chang Hu ordered. 3 E-class genetic warriors charged against Chen Feng. 3 E-class against 1 F-class? This was an unfair battle. Whoosh. The 3 of them charged against Chen Feng. Chen Feng merely sneered. He recalled that when he was with Xuf's group previously, he assumed the identity of a beginner gene producer. This pitiful child had probably never seen the methods he had at his disposal. Right? This time, let me educate you a little, Chen Feng muttered. Come accept your death. Jiang Ling's main attribute was agility. With her fast speed, she was the first to reach Chen Feng. Her speed was the fastest, while her attack was also the most violent. When fighting against low-level producers like Chen Feng, she would normally insta-kill them. Whoosh! A cold glint flickered. Against everyone's expectations, at this instant, Chen Feng started unleashing his power. Go! Chen Feng pointed. Whoosh! A succession of wind blades was released from his hand. 10 combo release. Be careful! Chang Hu cried out in alarm. Jiang Ling, who was already in front of Chen Feng, did not even have enough time to mount her defense. She could only watch with her eyes wide open as one wind blade after another landed on her body, carving one deep scar after another on her body. One of those scars was carved on her neck as blood spluttered out of it. Dead. Jiang Ling was killed just like that. The fragrance diminished and the jade perished. 1. Everyone else was shocked. An E-class warrior was killed just like that. It was outside of everyone's expectations. Wu Fan was dumbstruck. He did not dare to believe that the Chen Feng that had only relied on his gene reagents could actually be so terrifying now. Next, a cold smile curled on Chen Feng's mouth. 100 points of spiritual energy. This feels awesome. With his spiritual energy rising rapidly from 32 points to 100 points. His combat power had also increased exponentially. The might of his unlimited wind blades had also reached a shocking level. If it was an intermediate level E-class warrior, he might be scared to provoke them. However, a few E-class warriors that were obviously on the weaker end of the class. What the heck were they to Chen Feng? Ling too. With an indignant roar, another person from Chang Hu's team charged toward Chen Feng. Go! Chen Feng waved his hand indifferently. His chain attacks were instantly unleashed. Do you think that I, your father, am scared of you? That person bellowed. Bang! Lumps of azure-colored ice crystals condensed on his right hand as he viciously smashed against the wind blades in midair. At this moment, a terrifying power was released from the momentum of his attack. 2-star secret art, Ice Fist. Bang! Bang! 10 wind blades were instantly destroyed as that person's malevolent expression appeared. If it wasn't for your sneak attack, do you think you would have been capable of killing Ling a mere F-class? Let I, your father, help you repay this debt with your blood. Be careful. Chang Hu cried out in alarm. What? That person abruptly turned around before he horrifyingly found that, at an unknown time, the few wind blades that killed Jiang Ling earlier had not dispersed. Instead, they curved and were turning back. Every single one of those wind blades was moving at a horrifying speed, rushing toward him from behind. Damn it. He hastily turned around to block the attacks. Bang! Another punch was launched. Ice crystals splattered around. He had finally shattered the wind blades. However, the same moment when he turned around to face the wind blades behind him, another 10 wind blades were released from Chen Feng's hand, piercing through him alive. He stared at Chen Feng with an inconceivable expression on his face. 10 wind blades, followed by another 10 of them, and followed by another 10 of them. What cursed ability was this? Chen Feng merely smiled faintly before looking toward Chang Hu. So it seems that you're the only one left. Chang Hu's expression was unsightly. Producer? What F-king producer was this? Did your family's producer possess such powerful combat power? Killing one person per second. In a short 2 seconds. His 2 companions, one with agility reaching 300 points and the other with strength reaching 260 points, both E-class warriors, were gone just like that. Dying at the hands of an F-class? How was that possible? Who the heck are you? Chang Hu bellowed in fear. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Chen Feng, a beginner producer, FCK producer. Chang Hu bellowed. I refuse to believe that I can't kill you today. As long as I kill you, everything here belongs to me. Even if there's Wang family and Wu family, I, your father, only needs to leave Gold City. I do not fear you lot. Chang Hu's body started swelling while his skin started turning into gold color, resembling of age Rapani 3. Wanting to kill me? Come! Chang Hu bellowed. Bang! Chen Feng's wind blades descended upon him. However, no injuries whatsoever were inflicted. Instead, only shallow white-colored scars were left on him. Ha ha. Only this much power? Chang Hu laughed wildly. My physique is at 450 points. With my genetic ability, I am unkillable. Even if you are peak F class, your spirit is only at 100 points. No matter how powerful your genetic ability is, you won't be able to break through my defense. Is that so? Chen Feng merely sneered. Whoosh, whoosh. A succession of wind blades were condensed without stop in Chen Feng's hands as the wind blades floated around him, forming a dance of wind blades, akin to leaves falling from a tree, spinning unceasingly. Dang, dang. Several wind blades descended, yet no injuries were left on Chang Hu's body. It was not only due to Chang Hu's valiant physique, it was also largely due to Chang Hu's genetic ability. What can you do to me? Chang Hu said in disdain. Is that so? Chen Feng smiled faintly. That's quite a powerful ability you have there. How long can you maintain its activation? Chang Hu's expression changed slightly. Trying to provoke me into anger so that I will put my life on the line against you now? Hee. There's no rush. I'm not in a rush to leave anyway. Let me think. Imagine the scene when the duration of your genetic ability ends or when Wang finally wakes up. Chen Feng smiled. What a beautiful scene. Damn it. Chang Hu's expression was unsightly. His provocations failed to work. How were the students nowadays so sly? It was as Chen Feng said. Chen Feng could afford to drag it out. He, on the other hand, could not afford it. You are the one who forced me to do this. Chang Hu inhaled deeply. Originally, I wasn't willing to use this move. Chang Hu suddenly consumed some kind of liquid, raised his head upward, and started hissing. At this moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The sky turned dark. The sunny and cloudless sky turned a blood-red color. A blood-red moon appeared in the sky as a terrifying aura was emitted from Chang Hu's body. This was definitely not an aura a normally class warrior possessed. Blood moon? Wang Yao's expression became solemn. Blood moon? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. It's a type of genetic virus. Wang Yao's tiny face was grave. In a human's body, there is boundless potential. This virus works by crushing one's genes forcefully and increases one's power by a wide margin for a short period of time. Ultimately, it might bring forth side effects such as one's attributes decreasing permanently, losing one's genetic ability, etc. Of course, there's also a possibility that one would only lose some unimportant genes. Chen Feng was shocked. Such a reagent actually exists. Yes. However, gene viruses like these are all prohibited items. Wang Yao reminded Chen Feng, this thing is very powerful and extremely terrifying. It is something that the use of is banned. I don't know how this guy got his hands on one. You have to be careful. Virus. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. During the virus's activation, he had tried attacking Chang Hu. However, there was no effect on him. Every wind blades could only leave behind shallow white scars on his body. If he wanted to put an end to him, he needed to wait until the duration of Chang Hu's genetic ability ended. At this time, Chang Hu had recovered from the bizarre state he was in a moment ago. Are you surprised? Chang Hu laughed nastily with sunken eyes. Bang! A gush of power rumbled in his body. What a perfect power, Chang Hu mumbled. After using this item, even if you win the fight, you will be crippled, Chen Feng said indifferently. So what? Chang Hu grinned. After killing you, I will escape with all the things here. Who can control me? With these things, in the future, even if I stop cultivating, I will still be able to rule a small area. You think I can't do anything to you? Hee. Naive. From this moment, this is my domain. Chang Hu laughed wildly. Is that so? Chen Feng sneered. Let's give it a try then. The gold light on Chang Hu's body faded. As he completed his transformation, his Vajraprani genetic ability had quietly disappeared. Now, a cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. All the wind blades congregated beside Chen Feng. A dance of gales. Bang! All the wind blades swarmed Chang Hu. The near 100 wind blades that Chen Feng was controlling were unleashed at this instant. Azure-colored blades filled the skies as they swarmed Chang Hu, appearing extremely terrifying. He believed that regardless of how powerful Chang Hu's defense was, after receiving the concentrated attacks of so many wind blades on the same spot, he would be injured. However, Chang Hu merely smiled malevolently. Break for me. Bang! Chang Hu made his move. An astonishing power blossomed from Chang Hu's hands. Bang! He punched out slowly, yet the effect was earth-shattering. Bang! Loud sound. All the wind blades were instantly crushed. The near 100 azure-colored blades that appeared so imposing with its quantity so high they engulfed the heavens and earth were gone just like that. Chang Hu sneered. Too weak. In the sky, the blood moon shone brightly. Chen Feng could distinctly feel that the space around Chang Hu was warping. Was it due to the power of the blood moon being too powerful? Hence the power overflowed from his body? Chen Feng stared at the sky. He was looking for a weak point. Regardless of how powerful the power of the blood moon was, it was impossible for it to affect this world. It could only affect the few of them here in this small area. This blood-red world might even be a false appearance brought forth by the formidable power of the blood moon. That blood moon in the sky was certainly fake as well. How should he solve this? Chen Feng gazed at the blood moon. However, Chang Hu did not give Chen Feng an opportunity to think. After smashing Chen Feng's wind blades with his punch, he looked at Chen Feng with a malevolent expression on his face as his killing intent leaked. I told you, this is my domain. Now, go and die for me. Whoosh! Chang Hu showed his savageness immediately. Bang! A dreadful power condensed in Chang Hu's hands. A power far exceeding E-class emerged. It wasn't any weaker than the power of Dragon 1 or Dragon 2 that Chen Feng had met previously. At this moment, the condensed power was being aimed toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Wang Yao's expression changed slightly. Wang's breakthrough was still in progress. Hence, she was unable to interrupt the battle. Bang! A dazzling white radiance erupted. It's over. Wang Yao sighed. For an unknown reason, an indescribable sense of loss had surfaced in her heart. This variable is going to disappear? She muttered inwardly and subconsciously looked toward the spot Chen Feng was at. However, she found with surprise that Chen Feng was still standing there, firm and upright. Chen Feng was still alive. Wang Yao's tiny mouth was left hanging as she was somewhat shocked. Chen Feng was really alive. He stood there calmly without a trace of emotion on his face. In front of him, the Chang Hu that was supposed to decimate Chen Feng with a punch was instead kneeling in front of him. A deep crater had appeared on the ground due to Chang Hu's punch. What happened? No one knew. Even Wang Yao, who was always able to see through everything, was somewhat muddle-headed. How is this possible? Chang Hu growled, unable to accept this. Hee. A smile curled on the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. He bent over and whispered in Chang Hu's ear. Is it unexpected? Is it surprising? I will kill you. Chang Hu bellowed. A terrifying power emerged once again, yet he couldn't move anymore. His legs had been broken. His hands had been crippled. It was completely out of his expectations that the genes that were first destroyed by the gene virus would actually be the genes in his hands and legs, crippling him as a result. As a physique-type warrior, when the genes in his hands and legs ruptured, he would be no different than a cripple. How could it? Chang Hu collapsed emotionally. Wasn't it said that the probability of this happening was very low? Wasn't it said that although the genetic degeneration was in accordance to the situation, however, due to the existence of high gene attributes and gene abilities that make up of 99.9% of the genes within one's body, even if the genes were to degenerate, it would start from those genes? Even if it was not those genes, why would it start from his hands and legs instead of others? Why? Chang Hu could not understand. You won't understand. A smile curled on the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. When he was made aware that the gene virus was a gene reagent whose usage was akin to gambling, he knew that Chang Hu would no longer stand up. Let's end this. Chen Feng raised his hand. Whoosh! A wind blade flickered. Chang Hu was killed. Chen Feng patted the dust off his clothes and looked at the only remaining person, Wu Fan. Then, it's your turn. Chen Feng smiled. Don't kill me. Wu Fan was in a panic. The current Chen Feng in his eyes was akin to a demon. Killing two genetic warriors instantly. Even Chang Hu, whose combat power had increased widely due to the consumption of the genetic virus, wasn't his opponent. How could he be Chen Feng's opponent? He was only a student. It was my mistake. Wu Fan spoke incoherently. I only planned to rob the items before escaping. I never planned to kill anyone. You can't kill me as well. If you want my stuff, I will give it all to you. However much money you want, I will be able to give it to you. Chen Feng. Was the IQ of Gold City High School students so low? Chen Feng shook his head. If his brain was really working properly, how would he dare to rob Wang Yao? Chen Feng slowly raised his hand. I'm someone from the Wu family. My cousin, he is very strong. My other cousin, she is very powerful too. It will be very troublesome for you if you kill me. I'm telling you the truth. You dislike trouble. right? Wu Fan was emotionally collapsing as he looked at Chen Feng, who was gradually nearing him. Don't kill me. Really? Don't kill me. I know I am in the wrong. You can't kill me. Our Wu family is very powerful. Wu Fan retreated in fear and begged in every way he could think of. Chen Feng, you are only an ordinary person. There is no need for you to be our Wu family's enemy, right? I will pay you. Alright? Hee. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled. Just end this. He waved his hand calmly. Whoosh. A wind blade flickered. Blood splattered. Chen Feng's expression was terrifyingly calm. What could he expect from one who could even act against the one who had saved his life? He was sure that if he let Wu Fan off, what followed would be the real trouble. Chen Feng clapped as he looked at the sky. The blood-red skies had disappeared. Everything had ended. For you to kill Wu Fan like this? Aren't you afraid of the Wu family? Curiosity flashed in Wang Yao's eyes. Wu Fan? A confused expression appeared on Chen Feng's face. Who's that? PFFTT. Wang Yao laughed to the point where her quick-witted eyes curved into a crescent moon shape, looking extremely alluring. I have a question for you as well, Chen Feng suddenly asked. If they were reckless enough to try to make a move on you? Wang Yao skewed her head as she thought before regretfully saying, I suppose the Wang family will have to support Wang's living for the rest of his life then. Ha. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Wang Yao indeed. She'd rather Wang become a cripple so that she could kill those people. It was probable. He was now sure that this Wang Yao was definitely not an ordinary person. Although she treated Wang kindly, Chen Feng could not see a trace of warmth in her eyes. That feeling was very bizarre. Wang Yao? Who was she actually? They were obviously siblings, obviously. Chen Feng concluded that with her there was definitely a huge secret. However, who didn't have a secret? Chen Feng grinned. After a long time, the aura around Wang started trembling. A formidable power abruptly emerged as the illusion shattered at this moment. Wang returned. Bang! The purple globe shattered. Ha. I really broke through. Wang was in ecstasy. When he turned around and saw how Chen Feng had already awoken, he instantly understood what happened. You didn't manage to break through your limit, right? He sensed the aura on Chen Feng's body. He was still in F-class indeed. Hee. Wang was feeling proud of himself. Even if you caught up to me in spirit attribute, so what? The one who broke through and stepped into E-class first is still me. As long as I successfully fuse with that gene. Bang! Wang Yao sent him flying with a kick. Sister. Wang felt wronged. His performance this time was obviously better than Chen Feng's. Why did she hit him? Wang Yao looked at the scene in front of them and said indifferently, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Only now did Wang notice the mess in front of them and the few corpses there and knew that something might have happened earlier. Let's go. Wang Yao did not explain. Wang was stupefied. Chen Feng ignored him as well. He had exhausted a huge amount of spiritual energy earlier. Taking this opportunity, he recovered his spiritual energy. Beside of the frigid pond, he picked up a weird item. It's the medal. Chen Feng casually grabbed it as he walked past. This was something on the huge turtle's body. Duma. Chen Feng pondered. Was that the name of the huge turtle? Or was it? He shook his head. He wasn't bothered and kept that item for himself. He rested there for a short while and waited for his mental state to recover before Wang Yao brought them back to Green Hill Forest Camp. Goodbye. Since he had returned the favor from yesterday, Chen Feng did not want to have anything else to do with them. Wait. Wang Yao said suddenly. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. What is it? Wang Yao wrinkled her delicate nose and pondered for a bit before saying, follow me. As she said that, she brought Chen Feng out. Sister? Wang had a stupid expression on his face. He was the one who had broken through to reach E-class. Why was his sister's attitude toward Chen Feng so weird? Had something happened when he was breaking through earlier? Wang was immensely confused. Currently, outside the camp, Wang Yao scanned their surroundings with her spiritual energy. After confirming that there were no others around, she looked at Chen Feng and a smiling expression appeared in her eyes. I was originally uncertain. However, from your performance today, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. What is it? The sea dragon blood essence? You have it, right? Wang Yao said suddenly. Chen Feng's heart leapt fiercely. What did you say? Chen Feng's heart leapt. However, no trace of nervousness was exposed on his face. Instead, he looked at Wang Yao with a surprised expression and said, how is that possible? Back then, I didn't even enter the sea. I knew you wouldn't admit it. Wang Yao was not surprised. If that thing is really on you, then you need to be careful. That thing's worth is far surpassing your imagination. Those people will not let anyone off during their investigations. My guess is that everyone that was on Dragon's Passing Mountain back then has been investigated in the dark. Furthermore, even if you have it, can you really use it? Wang Yao raised her head and looked at Chen Feng as she said solemnly, how many years do you need before you can actually use a blood essence at that level? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. With your current strength, if you were to sell it, no matter who you sell it to, there will be a possibility of you getting killed to keep this a secret. Hence, if you hand the blood essence to me, I can promise to do you 3 unconditional favors. 3 favors. Chen Feng was tempted. He had only started his training for a short period of time. However, how many dangers had he met? Regardless of the Long family at Dragon's Passing Mountain or the mutant at the Green Hill Forest, these dangers were all unexpected incidents. Even if he wanted to avoid those dangers, he wouldn't be able to. He was able to deal with most incidents he encountered. However, for certain unforeseen dangers, a strong backer was required to face them. Wang Yao would be a good candidate as his backer. 3 favors from her was equivalent to 3 lives. This was a viable exchange. Furthermore, what Wang Yao said was true. Would he be able to put the Sea Dragon blood essence to use? It was simply something that might drag him into danger if he were to keep it. Trouble could come knocking at any time. However, Chen Feng sank into deep contemplation. Currently, what worried him the most was not Wang Yao. Instead, it was Wang. His relationship with Wang was bad. He did not expect it to improve in the future either. In the end, Wang was still Wang Yao's brother. This was his main worry. However, he was not worried that Wang Yao was one of those that would act recklessly. Otherwise, in order to get revenge for her brother, she could have destroyed Chen Feng anytime she wanted. And now, Wang Yao suspected that he had the Sea Dragon blood essence in his hands. If she was a person who would reach her goal by any means, she would have already captured Chen Feng and started force-reading his memory. Such occurrences were very common in this era. With Chen Feng's strength, would he be able to resist? However, Wang Yao did not do so. Her suggestion of exchanging the blood essence with 3 favors from her was a gesture out of respect. Chen Feng did not know why was he getting this favorable treatment from her. He also wasn't sure if she was actually plotting something or not. You are worried about Wang Yu and the Wang family? Wang Yao suddenly said. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and kept silent. If that's the case, you don't have to worry, Wang Yao said indifferently. The Wang family and I are 2 different entities. If it wasn't for my relationship with Wang, those people from the Wang family would not even be qualified to carry my shoes. Chen Feng's heart leapt. You and Wang can settle your grudges among yourselves. Wang Yao glanced at Chen Feng with an indifferent expression. As for the Wang family, since I say that I will do you 3 favors, regardless of saving or taking lives, this naturally. Wang Yao paused, smiling sweetly as she emitted an astonishing killing intent. Includes those from Wang family. Hiss. Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Wang family included. He was aware that this little girl would not lie to him. There was also no need for her to do so. When talking about the Wang family, the killing intent flickering in the little girl's eyes was truly astonishing. This proved that, if he really wanted Wang Yao to kill someone from the Wang family, she would really do it. If so, this was scary indeed. Was this little girl really someone from the Wang family? Wait. If she was really someone from the Wang family, she should be the one they put their main efforts into nurturing, right? Why was Wang the one chosen instead? Furthermore, she was clearly Wang's elder sister. This made things even weirder. Wang Yao, who are you exactly? Originally, I wouldn't have done all this. Suddenly, Wang Yao said softly, these things I do for Wang will be the last help I give him as his sister. If he remains stubborn and refuses to change and insists on staying in the Wang family, his future. Wang Yao stopped here. However, what Chen Feng heard was enough to shake him to his core. Wang family. Wang Yao. The relationship between the 2 of them was indeed not simple. Why are you telling me this? Chen Feng suddenly asked. After keeping this a secret for all this time, I feel tired. A trace of bewilderment flickered in her pair of quick-witted eyes before they quickly became pure again. She said indifferently. Besides that, would you give me the Sea Dragon blood essence without my assurance? Chen Feng looked at her calmly. Wang Yao raised her head and looked into Chen Feng's eyes as well. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt that this cold and arrogant little girl with terrifying strength had a different side to her. From her eyes, Myriad worlds could be seen. After a long time, Chen Feng sighed. "You are sure that it is in my hands?" Intuition. Wang Yao winked naughtily. Chen Feng surrendered. "You win. May we cooperate happily?" Wang Yao extended her hand indifferently. Chen Feng shook her hands, feeling the jade-like warmth in his hands. At the camp, Wang was bored as he had been waiting for quite a while. "Sister." As Wang Yao and Chen Feng returned, Wang hastily stepped forth. You return first." Wang Yao waved her hands. "I still have something to do with Chen Feng?" Wang was stupefied. What was this? Was he dumped again? Looking at his sister and Chen Feng, who were leaving, he started to have a bad feeling. Damn it, looking at how things were developing, Chen Feng wouldn't become his brother-in-law, right? Shit. Just imagining the scene shocked him to no end. "No, it won't be," Wang mumbled. His sister was his idol. How would she fall for trash like Chen Feng? They must have some proper business. Yes, they must. In fact, Chen Feng and Wang Yao really had proper business to do. At the vicinity of the destroyed dragon's passing mountain, on the shore, when Chen Feng walked out of a shrub after getting the sea dragon blood essence he had buried under the sand, Wang Yao was speechless. "So, you took this sea dragon's blood essence right under our eyes?" Wang Yao rubbed her tiny face. Cough cough. Chen Feng coughed. What could Wang Yao say? How brave of him. But he succeeded. To be honest, if not for her getting him to help with removing restrictions this time, she most probably wouldn't have discovered the problem. Even toward the end, she merely suspected him. This Chen Feng was not simple indeed. Both of them did not stop there for long. After a short while, Wang Yao brought Chen Feng and left the place. Not long after they left, a powerful spiritual energy swept through this area. It stopped here for a long time and disappeared quietly after not finding anything. Weird. I seem to have felt something there. Have I sensed strongly? Late at night, Chen Feng returned to the rented house at Gold City. Wang Yao left after dropping him off at the urban district. Chen Feng returned alone, yet he was unprecedentedly relieved. With the sea dragon blood essence gone, the pressure on his heart was also lifted. After getting his hands on this item, he had constantly been worried. He did not have any concealing methods. Hence, he was scared of getting found out by some bizarre ability and was constantly worried that something would happen. Luckily, those people did not seem to possess these bizarre methods. Furthermore, regardless of the incident where he was picked up by Wang Yao or the frigid bond trip, during both incidents, Chen Feng kept feeling like he owed her something and he was feeling very uncomfortable due to this. Now, since he had exchanged a blood essence he was not able to use in the first place for Wang Yao's favor, getting 3 extra lives, he felt like this choice of his was extremely profitable. At the very least, with this, he earned the right to talk to her on equal grounds. Am I too much of a male chauvinist? Chen Feng smiled mockingly. For unknown reasons, even if his strength was still too weak, he did not want his status to appear too lowly in front of this young lady. I can't think too much. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Currently, the most important thing for him was to increase his level. This encounter with the mutant and the frigid pond trip brought Chen Feng's attributes to a whole new level. His overall strength had even reached a new pinnacle. Gene attributes: strength, 50, agility, 50, physique, 50, spirit, 100. Current condition: endurance, 50-50. Every 1 point of physique increases the maximum endurance by 1 point. Spiritual energy, 100/100ths. Every 1 point of spirit increases the maximum spiritual energy by 1 point. Finally 100 points. Chen Feng was shaking from excitement. His attribute was finally sufficient for his usage. Based on his previous calculations, in order to modify the Gold Ant gene into the strongest gene, he required around 90 points of spiritual energy and a large amount of luck value. I can probably start trying to surpass the limit. However, I need time in order to break through the limit. Even if I reach E-class, there won't be that much of an improvement. I don't need to be in a rush. What's important is for me to produce this strongest gene first. Chen Feng analyzed in silence. His current target was to produce the strongest gene. Opening the experiment kit, he took out the remaining Gold Ant blood essence from the sealed preservative safe box. He immediately felt somewhat helpless. Some green fur had started growing on the blood essence. It degenerated. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Gold Ant blood essence only had a shelf life of 3 days. Out of the 3 sets of blood essence and materials he had prepared for Gold Ant gene production, he produced one successfully. failed to produce the second, and kept the last set of materials away since he did not have the time to produce it. He wanted to try out the effects on the blood essence when it was sealed away. Out of his expectations, only after 2 days, this set of blood essence had been spoiled. However, a formula with a high star rating was different from those low-level formulas. For these high star rating formulas, the blood essence was only a small part of the materials. The largest portion of the materials was the incubator liquid used during the gene incubation step. Seems like I can only put this on hold, Chen Feng pondered. Not only had his gold and blood essence spoiled, even his luck values had a low amount of 3 points remaining. During his previous attempt, the first 2 steps had used up 15 points of luck values. The amount of luck value required for the final step where he prepared the incubator liquid for gene fusion was still unknown. I need to prepare at least 40 points of luck value. Chen Feng made up his mind. Even though he might not need so much luck, it was still for the best if he prepared amply. Since that was the case, he could make use of the 2 days' time he had during his luck value recovery to prepare the materials required for his production. Since he didn't have many funds remaining, he could only prepare the materials. Seems like I have to stake it all on this one last chance. Chen Feng was full of fighting spirit. 2 days later, within his rented house at Gold City, Chen Feng was still busy preparing the materials. Although he was cooped up in his home these 2 days, he still managed to collect some news, such as the students involved in the Dragon's Passing Mountain incident having organized an investigation group in order to get their recommendation letter from the school. Each of them started to get involved in the investigations. Luckily, halfway through their investigations, the school told them to stop it. Chen Feng guessed that the headmaster had probably found out that the item was in Wang Yao's hands. Hence, he could only grudgingly stop the investigation. It seemed that his choice to hand over the item to Wang Yao was a wise choice. Chen Feng was sure. In the end, it's still my strength that is too weak, Chen Feng mumbled. If he was as powerful as Wang Yao, would he still need to worry that bad things would befall him simply because he possessed valuable items? Become stronger. I must become stronger. Chen Feng's eyes shone brightly. Since he had now prepared all the required materials and recovered 40 points of luck value, he could finally get started with the gene production that he had been looking forward to for a long time. The strongest gene, he had been really looking forward to it. This would be the first step he took on his path to become stronger. Bang! Chen Feng entered the digitized mode. As he had previous experience in this time, he was very well practiced when going through the steps. First step, gene search. With his eyes closed, Chen Feng completed it easily. 5 points of luck values used. Second step, allowing all the collected genes to react with each other. With luck aura fully activated, Chen Feng rapidly grabbed with his hands and completed the gene reaction in an orderly fashion. 10 points of luck values used. Third step, gene fusion. At this point, Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. The previous steps were something he had performed before. This third step, on the other hand, was something he was attempting for the first time. Rise. All the materials hovered. Chen Feng did not dare to open his eyes in fear of getting disturbed. Both the gene and incubator liquid he was working with were something unfamiliar to him. He had to mix a liquid capable of reproducing the gene using the materials he had on hand. Water, materials. Common incubator liquid. All the materials started fermenting under the control of Chen Feng's spiritual energy. Due to him sealing his 5 senses, Chen Feng was completely unaware of the dosage of the materials he used for this process. The amount of materials, concentration, ratio, everything was handed over to luck aura. Whoosh, whoosh. His luck value started dropping rapidly. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Chen Feng's expression was solemn. In the room, on a certain device, a red light was flickering. That was a video recording device. Chen Feng was unable to record what happened in the digitized mode. However, in this last step, it was imperative that he recorded the materials used and steps taken during the preparation of the incubator liquid. While Chen Feng was constantly progressing, the recorder was faithfully recording everything down. All the materials used, the sequence taken, situations that might arise from the reaction, and the ratio he used during mixture of the solutions were clearly recorded. Third step, complete. Luck value used, 10 points. The next time he produced this gene, he would be able to complete this step in advance. Then, what was left was to reproduce the gene in the incubator liquid. Hiss. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. This strongest gene was finally near completion! The gene blended quietly into the incubator liquid and started rapidly reproducing and multiplying. Chen Feng fully activated his luck aura and controlled the tempo of the fusion. He would not allow any mistake to happen in this final step. 1 point, 2 points. He calculated inwardly. When the luck value finally stopped dropping, Chen Feng knew that the production of this improved F-class 5-star formula had completed its final step. The strongest gene, completed. I succeeded. Chen Feng was excited. Before his eyes, a gold-colored liquid appeared, radiating with rays of light swirling around it. Carefully, Chen Feng sealed it into a reagent bottle. Activating the gene scanner, brand new date appeared on his screen. Gene name, mutated gold ant gene. Gene type, special. Gene function, 1 point spiritual energy increase. Limitation, only usable for F-class genetic warriors. Gene introduction, with savage desert ants blood essence as the core, forming a special gene reagent by refining the blood essence with all sorts of valuable materials. It mutated. Chen Feng almost jumped from excitement when he saw the word mutated. It really mutated. Formula improvement successful. This mutated gene that was impossible to appear had finally appeared. Haha. Chen Feng was in ecstasy. After exhausting 30 points of luck value, he had finally succeeded. His delight was not only due to the success of this formula. Instead, it was the significance of this success. This success signified that Chen Feng would be able to start digging out all those undiscovered mystical formulas. There were endless possibilities for any formula. Too powerful. Chen Feng was excited. However, before his excitement even faded, the expression on his face froze as he saw the function of this formula. 1 point. A 1 point spiritual energy increase. He thought he had seen it wrongly and proceeded to take a clear look at it a few times. It was indeed 1 point. How is that possible? Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. A 1 point attribute increase for a mutated 5-star formula. Even a normal 5-star formula was able to increase at least 20 points of spiritual energy. As a formula that was a rare existence among the 5-star formulas, how could it increase a mere 1 point? An F-class genetic warrior could only use it once. Furthermore, this reagent only increased the spiritual energy by 1 point. Chen Feng started losing confidence. A term suddenly floated through his head: reversed mutation. A mutation did not signify something good all the time. Most of the times, a mutation represented improvement. However, at times, situations where the mutation was a weaker version of the original would arise. These mutations were called reversed mutations. However, the probability for a reversed mutation to appear was very small, to the point that it was negligible. Now, it had appeared. It reversed from 20 points to 1 point. Chen Feng felt like killing himself. He calculated the costs for this production in detail. He had used 30 points of luck value and around 200,000 yuan for the materials. This was simply a net loss. This was the so-called strongest gene produced by the luck aura. Chen Feng's heart ached. Shaking his head, Chen Feng was preparing to put this reagent away before he froze. This was because, after comparing its description with the description of the original gene reagent, he noticed that there were slight differences in the two descriptions. Mutated gold ant gene, 1 point spiritual energy increase. Gold ant gene, triggering the potential in one's body, permanently increased one's spiritual energy by 20 points. 20 points. 1 point. Chen Feng pondered. Apart from this, with astonishment, Chen Feng found that on the gold ant gene, it was written that a F-class genetic warrior could only use it once. However, for the mutated gene, it became only usable for F-class genetic warriors. Only able to use once disappeared. Chen Feng frowned. Could this mutated gene have unlimited usage? However, it's still useless, right? Who would be willing to spend 150,000 to increase 1 point of an attribute? Do they have brain damage? Did this mean that a trash formula had arisen from his improvement? Chen Feng did not know whether he should laugh or cry. However, Chen Feng kept feeling like he had missed out on something important. 1 point attribute increase. Staring at the information on the mutated gold ant formula, Chen Feng sank into contemplation. After a long time, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that previously, the body's original owner had read an ancient book that seemed to have an introduction on something similar. That was an ancient book restoration event organized by the Gene Production Association. As the most outstanding student recommended by the school, Chen Feng went to help with this event. He remembered that in one of the books, there seemed to be an introduction on something similar. According to the Gene Production Association's introduction, that was something extinct. What was written on it? Chen Feng was sure that the body's original owner had read it. However, it was too far in the past. Let me think about it. Chen Feng concentrated and started to look back at this piece of memory. The memories of the body's original owner were like a movie for him. Along with his constant contemplation and his non-stop search, this vague memory finally became distinct. Suddenly, Chen Feng saw it increase. A different splendor was emitted from Chen Feng's eyes. So it's like this. This is the true worth of this formula. The term increase existed in a lot of places. However, if that term appeared on a reagent giving a permanent increase, coupled with the situation where the term exhausting one's gene potential was not there, then you had struck jackpot. What did this mean? One would be able to increase one's attribute without exhausting one's gene potential. In actuality, the process of increasing one's attribute was a process of using other genes within one's body to trigger the gene potential within one's body and give a small increase to one's attribute. Hence, regardless of the reagents, they could only be used once. Regardless of the reagents, they would not be able to break through the limit. But now, triggering the potential. No, there was no need at all to trigger the potential. It would be able to grant one a 1-point increase in attribute regardless of whether one had any potential or not. Fusing with a certain hidden yet mystical gene in the gold ant gene, it would be able to help one take one's final step and surpass one's limit. This was the true worth of this formula. Forceful breakthrough. Something incomparable. Mutated 5-star formula. Chen Feng was excited. He was convinced that he had hit the jackpot this time. This mutated gold ant gene would definitely sell for an extremely high price. He would be able to make a profit off the 30 points of luck value and the near 200,000 yuan he had spent. Naturally, this cost was not fixed. For example, he had spent 10 points of luck values in order to prepare the incubator liquid. However, the next time he produced it, he could simply follow the steps he recorded using his recorder earlier. He would be able to save around 10 points of luck value in his subsequent productions. In other words, the basic cost for mutated gold ant gene production was 200,000 yuan and 20 points of luck value. After thinking about it for a while, Chen Feng decided to sell it after deciding on a suitable price for it. He had never thought of using it himself. Since he was able to produce it, he did not need to be afraid of anything. Furthermore, without a F-class formula, what was the point in him breaking through now? If he were to consume it right now in order to break through, he would be truly broke. He wouldn't even have the funds for subsequent productions. By selling it, he would be able to purchase the materials and continue his production. This would be the healthy cycle for him to continue his production and advance himself. How much should I sell it for? Chen Feng pondered. This was a reagent that had never appeared in history. Despite the difficulty level of breaking through F-class not being high, F-class being the bottom tier among genetic warriors, and there being various methods to surpass one's limit, Chen Feng's mutated gold ant gene was definitely the fastest method available. Chen Feng decided, let's start with 1 million yuan and see how it goes. Let's assign it for sale on the virtual community. Chen Feng entered the virtual community with excitement and reached the wind pavilion as usual. Just as he was about to put the reagent up for sale, he stopped. A bucket of cold water had been poured on the boiling hot blood of his. That was because he had finally remembered a crucial point. The service charge. The service charge for assigning an item for sale at a shop was 5%. In the past, for that 1 million yuan mutated lumber bear gene, he was forced to pay 50,000 yuan as a service charge. Just to expose Professor Tao, he paid such an amount. It didn't end there. Subsequently, in order to get the Wind Pavilion's owner to release the transaction records, he paid another service charge of 50,000 yuan. He did not blame Windjinta for that. It was, after all, a business transaction. However, what about his future sale of the mutated gold ant gene? At the price of a 50,000 yuan service charge for each gene, 10 of them would cost him 500,000 yuan, and 20 of them would cost him a staggering amount of 1 million yuan. Just the picture of that alone pained Chen Feng immensely. As he looked at the service charge worth 50,000 yuan on the information display window, he hesitated for a long time and was still not able to tap on the confirmation button. At this moment, a light silhouette flickered and Windjinta, the owner of the Wind Pavilion, appeared. Chen Feng. Wind Junta smiled and said, "You are here to assign stuff for sale again?" Chen Feng nodded slightly. Thank you for your care." Wind Junta was smiling widely. The level 1 shops at the virtual community are organizing a sales event. Due to the genes you assigned, the sales figure of my shop has far surpassed that moronic King Kong opposite me. With this, I will be able to get a satisfying reward. There is such a thing? Chen Feng was astonished. Seemed like there were competitions everywhere. Haha, not only that, both King Kong and I are from the same school. We are currently engaged in an internship competition. Although I'm not really bothered about this, for me to be able to surpass him, I still need to thank you for your help, Wind Junta calmly said. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Why not return that 50,000 yuan to me, then? That won't do. Wind Junta proudly said, that 50,000 yuan was the payment for my release of the customer's name list. It is money I earned, haha. However, to thank you for your help, when the event ends in a few days, I can sell the rewarded formula to you at a discount. Chen Feng's paused his steps. Formula? Yeah? Wind Junta had not realized what was happening currently and boasted proudly, in order to attract more consumers, the monthly sales activity organized by the virtual community will reward those who place in the top 100. The higher one's rank is, the better the reward is. This time, I will be able to get a 3-star combat formula. Chen Feng was tempted. Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. Are such events frequently held by the virtual community? Naturally, Wind Junta nodded. It's the same concept as the sales promotions at those supermarkets. By organizing more events, the sales figures will increase. It's basically a monthly event. Furthermore, the virtual community will get 1% of every single sale. With the increase of sales figures, the money they earn will increase as well. So it's like this, Chen Feng muttered thoughtfully. Oh, right, what do you come to sell this time? Wind Junta said with a beaming smile on his face. He was still hoping that Chen Feng would give him a push forward. Nothing. Chen Feng walked away after waving his hand. Wind Junta was confused. As he saw that there was no assignment from Chen Feng at all in his shop, he had a baffled expression on his face. Why would he come if not here to sell? Currently, Chen Feng had returned to reality and started pondering on this problem. After all this time, he had found out that things like 4-star formulas and 5-star formulas were something that might only appear during events, competitions, or certain entrusted missions. Under normal circumstances, even if someone wanted to purchase one, they would not be able to. As for him, these high-star formulas were the exact things he required. Regardless of pushing his star rating or for formula improvement, it was something he needed. For the him that possessed luck aura, training using 1-star formulas and 5-star formulas would not have too much of a difference in time spent. Since that was the case, why not start with a high difficulty formula and increase his production level? Hence, he needed formulas with high star ratings. It was unreliable to wait for entrusted missions. Furthermore, a lot of those missions were too dangerous. It was not something he wished to get involved in. Then, he could only get the formulas through competitions and events. This monthly sales event organized by the gene shops was just nice for Chen Feng. Not only this, regardless of during the Professor Tao incident or the high service charge, both had caused Chen Feng to make up his mind that opening his own shop was the most cost-effective method, reaping multiple gains with a single effort. He looked at the time and found that there was still 1 week left in this month. There was no hope for this month's event. However, there were still 2 more months before the rookie competition. Within this period of time, he might be able to earn some event rewards. Even if those were not rare formulas, they were still good as a source of extra income. His requirements were really not high. Feasible. Chen Feng made up his mind to open a shop. However, before that, there was still a big problem. He took a look at his bank account before sighing. Too poor. In order to produce the mutated gold and gene, he had exhausted all his savings and had nothing left. Maybe I should sell some genes first. He still had some mutated lumber bear genes in his possession. However, apart from its research value, it wasn't worth much. At the most, he could sell it at 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. As for selling the mutated gold and gene, Just the 50,000 yuan service charge alone was enough to cause him immense pain. Chen Feng calculated 1 million yuan was required to purchase a small shop at the virtual community. A tax rate of 1% was something acceptable for him. However, the premise for all this was that he needed to have 1 million yuan. It's the age-old question of whether the egg or the chicken comes first. Chen Feng sighed. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something. In his previous life, things like loans were very common. There should be something similar here, right? At this thought, Chen Feng started searching for it online. After he gained some understanding, he frowned slightly. These loans don't seem to be too reliable. After giving it a thought, he decided to ask Mu Yuan about it. Is there anything? Mu Yuan seemed to be busy at the moment. You are busy over there? Chen Feng could see that Mu Yuan looked exhausted. Nothing much. Mu Yuan was helpless. Didn't I reach E-class earlier? Recently, I was planning to fuse an E-class gene. With the fusion, my gene production level would definitely increase greatly. Who knows, I might even have a chance to try my luck at the rookie competition. Mu Yuan was getting excited as he said this. Fusion gene reagent. Chen Feng pondered. After he was done with his plans, he would most probably need to start breaking through to E-class. With the mutated gold ant gene, he was not worried about surpassing his limit. However, his choice of E-class gene was extremely important. What ability do you plan to fuse with? Chen Feng asked. Quick eyes. Mu Yuan was excited. It enables one to greatly improve their eyesight. During the gene fusion stage of gene production, it also helps one obtain the balance required during fusion. According to the Gene Production Association's statistics, gene producers with quick eyes have a success rate during the fusion stage that is higher than others by 30%. So powerful? Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Was it a combination of gene production and gene ability? That's right. Mu Yuan was excited. At F-class, I fused with a special gene that helps one to increase one's production level. When I'm done with my E-class fusion, I will be even more powerful. If my luck is good and I am able to master the secret art of the combination of both genes, my production level will definitely not be any weaker than anyone else's. 2-star secret art. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Although other gene producers did not possess luck aura, they all possessed powerful supportive gene abilities. The opponents he would encounter during the rookie competition would not be simple. Oh, yeah? Why were you looking for me? Mu Yuan, the chatterbox, could never stop once he got going. Only now did he recall that there must have been a reason for Chen Feng looking for him. Chen Feng nodded his head. Recently, I require some funds. Hence, I wanted to ask if I can take out a loan with my identity as a producer. I'm looking for a legalized loan. I can even upload my certifications for it. However, I don't need those that require one to upload their naked picture or their videos. I checked, they do not accept pictures or videos of males. Picture? Video? Damn, was this a porno? Mu Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Only now did he recall that Chen Feng was a rookie at gene production. As he thought of this, he was speechless. This rookie had first stepped on Professor Tao before subsequently going on to produce the Thunder Snake gene reagent. How should Mu Yuan, as a senior, feel? Too vexing. Yes, there are, Mu Yuan said helplessly. The Gene Production Association is very generous with this. Anyone can take a loan. The quota for the loan would be decided based on their contributions to the Gene Production Association, their production level, their reputation, etc. Wait. Let me take a look. It's here. Mu Yuan demonstrated for Chen Feng. You only need to tap here. When you are done with your application, the system will verify your information and immediately send the funds over to you. Whoosh. On the screen, Mu Yuan's production qualifications allowed him to take out a loan amounting to 600,000 yuan. Let me tell you. Here, Mu Yuan finally felt like he managed to regain a certain amount of dignity for himself. An ordinary gene producer only has a quota of 100,000 yuan. Every star rating increase will increase one's loan quota by 10,000 yuan. Only a senior like me, with a production level of 50 stars, can get a higher loan amount. Of course, you don't have to lose your heart over this. If you really have an emergency, I can help you to take out a loan. Let me take a look. Chen Feng started following the instructions Mu Yuan gave him. Whoosh. A loan application page appeared. Let me take a look at your Mu Yuan helped Chen Feng. However, when he saw Chen Feng's loan quota, His expression froze. "What's up?" Chen Feng took a look and was stunned as well. 1.1 million yuan. His loan quota was 1.1 million yuan. How is this possible? Mu Yuan opened his eyes wide. A senior like him with a 50-star rating only had a quota of 600,000 yuan. How was it possible for a rookie like Chen Feng to have a quota of 1.1 million yuan? This Mu Yuan was stupefied. At this moment, Chen Feng recalled something. This should be due to the mutated lumber bear gene incident. Earlier, someone from the genetic union looked for me for registration. Mu Yuan's cheeks were streaming with tears. Only now did he recall that Chen Feng had managed to find the third mutation. Hence, he had contributed greatly to the research of genes. It was only rightful that the Gene Production Association increased his loan quota. Why did I need to show off in front of this guy? Mu Yuan mumbled before he disappeared and ended the call. Chen Feng was somewhat helpless. Had he hurt the feelings of his old friend just now? However, as he looked at his 1.1 million yuan quota, he was excited. After filling out the application form, the loan arrived quickly. 1.1 million yuan in hand. Time to buy a shop. Chen Feng was burning with enthusiasm. With the purchase of a gene shop, the flow of his funds would soon be smooth. He only needed to sell a few mutated gold ant genes and he would be able to regain his cost of 1.1 million yuan. After reaching the virtual community, Chen Feng submitted his personal information to apply for a shop. The virtual community did not take long to complete the verification. After all, most of the time, the staff in charge would only give the application a glance before approving it. Quickly, at a certain corner at the virtual community, a new shop appeared. Chen Feng reached the entrance of his shop. It was a small shop, sized at 9 square meters. Within, there were only 10 glass shelves for displaying good. Currently, the shop's signboard had changed into a pure white sheet, waiting for Chen Feng to design his own signboard. Chen Feng walked into the shop. A screen was hovering mid-air, clearly waiting for Chen Feng to operate it. Shop name. A bright idea flashed in Chen Feng's mind and he inserted the words, "The strongest gene." Regardless of the genes and the type of genes, as long as it was something he produced, it would definitely be the strongest gene. Nowadays, it was hard for a shop to be well known. There were too many similar products in the market. Hence, Chen Feng's signboard would be the strongest gene. After deciding on the name, the shop officially opened. Ding. The strongest gene started operating. The system detected that your shop qualifies to join the monthly sales ranking event. Please confirm if you want to join. Yes. Chen Feng confirmed without hesitation. Ding. Registration successful. Your current monthly sales figure is at 0 yuan and your ranking is number 32,012. There's actually over 30,000 participants. Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. There were really way too many level 1 shops here in the virtual community. However, Chen Feng was sure that a vast majority of these level 1 shops were only here to fill their numbers. The true participants were only around 1,000 or 2,000 shops. Naturally, these were all unimportant to him. He was only aiming for top 100. Since even Wind Junta could enter it, it shouldn't be too hard for him. As for the topmost rankings, Chen Feng glanced at them and noted that their sales had already reached a figure of over 10 million. He would not be able to compete at all. A 3-star formula. Let's treat it as extra income. Chen Feng was indifferent. Let's assign it for sale first. Chen Feng assigned his own gene in the shop. Mutated gold ant gene, 1 million yuan. As for lumber bear gene, battle. Chen Feng thought for a while before deciding to assign it for sale at 99,999 yuan. He only had 2 left. He set such a high price in order to attract the attention of others. After all, within the whole virtual community, only his shop had lumber bear gene, battle for sale. Only by attracting attention to his shop would there be traffic at his shop. After he was done, he went offline. As far as he was concerned, joining the monthly event was only for him to earn some extra income. He was not too bothered about it. His main focus was still improving himself. To be more accurate, it was to focus on increasing his spiritual energy. When he was producing the mutated gold ant gene yesterday, he noticed that the feeling when one possessed 100 points of spiritual energy was totally different compared to 32 points of spiritual energy. The feeling was extremely good, to the point where he felt himself floating. After the increase in his spiritual energy, Chen Feng's production speed had increased by 5-fold. Spiritual energy was the crux for his improvement. A high spiritual energy enabled him to have better production skills, master a formula faster, and have a higher success rate. My current spiritual energy is 100 points. If I were to break through, Chen Feng pondered. Breaking through was not an issue for him. With the mutated gold ant gene, as long as he had sufficient funds, he would be able to break through any time he wanted. However, after breaking through, what E-class gene should he fuse with? Since he did not intend to fuse with a supportive gene, was there any ability out there that would match his wind blade? Chen Feng sank into contemplation. He was really too lacking in his knowledge about this. This body's original owner had planned to walk the path of a pure producer. Since Chen Feng did not intend to fuse with a supportive gene, the knowledge regarding this was something he needed to learn himself. Only by gaining more understanding would he avoid making the wrong choice. Seems like, these next few days, I need to start stuffing myself with some knowledge regarding gene fusion reagents. Chen Feng rubbed his head. There were too many things that he wanted to learn. After leaving the virtual community, Chen Feng focused all his attention on studying. However, he did not realize that the 2 genes that he assigned for sale had given rise to huge waves in the whole virtual community. At the business district of the virtual community, at any given time, there would be someone searching for lumber bear gene. However, surprisingly, when they now searched for lumber bear gene, a new gene appeared. Lumber bear gene, battle. What is this? A lot of them were confused before finally finding out that this was the 3rd mutation of the lumber bear gene, which had been a hot topic recently. The price and its attributes were still the same as when it had first appeared. It's still 99,999? Is this guy crazy? Yeah, a combat gene with these attributes and genetic ability would only be worth around 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. He has the guts to sell it at 99,999? I heard that he managed to sell it at 99,999 a few times previously. That might be the reason he thought that this is the market value. Some people started sneering. Laughable. That was due to the research value this item possessed when it first appeared. Countless people were sneering. Some of those who found the lumber bear gene were curious and entered Chen Feng's shop. When they reached his shop, they were all stunned by the boastful name on the signboard. The strongest gene. Among the same type of genes, only those in his shop were the strongest. Damn, this confidence. Even those grandmaster producers don't dare to say these words. Right? He became so conceited after producing a mutated lumber bear gene by fluke. Hee hee. Everyone sneered while they started looking at the other gene in the shop. The next instant, everyone was astonished to find that there was a 5-star gene in this shop. It's a 5-star gene. Gold ant gene. It's a mutated gene. Those with good eyesight noticed the word mutated immediately. Mutated 5-star? Hiss. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. No wonder this guy was so conceited. He was able to produce a mutated 5-star gene even when he was a mere rookie. However, soon, the crowd started noticing that something was not right with this mutated gene. At a glance, it appeared incredible. However, when they started to study it in detail, this amount of attribute increase is somewhat low, right? Some of them asked instinctively. As everyone took another look at it, they agreed. As a magnificent 5-star gene, why was the increased spiritual energy a mere 1 point? As they checked online, they were instantly amused. It's actually a reversed mutation. A normal gene is able to give a 20-point increase, while this mutated gene is only able to give a 1-point increase. This gene reversed into its mother's womb instead. 6,666,666 won. This is almost akin to a gene returning to its roots, right? Everyone enjoyed gossiping. With such a level, he dares to call his shop the strongest gene. Soon, one after another, threads regarding the strongest gene started appearing at the learning forum. Threads discussing this terrifying reversed mutation appeared along with it as well. All this triggered a hot discussion on the forum, due to the words reversed mutation being written on the thread titles. The producers on the forum took that as the truth. None of them doubted it. Chen Feng was once again a hot topic. Furthermore, some even created a slogan for him. The strongest reversed gene, reversing into its grandmother's womb. Countless people from the learning forum went to the virtual community to witness this legendary gold ant gene that managed to reverse into its grandmother's womb. Along with their visit, They also left their message on the message board in the shop to express their reverence. Chen Feng had now become a hot topic. The strongest gene had now become a hot topic as well. It's just that the direction Chen Feng and his shop took on their path to popularity was somewhat peculiar. Naturally, along with this, the previous incident was resurrected and Professor Tao once again became a hot topic and known to everyone. In the courtyard of a certain house, Professor Tao was looking at the crowd that was whispering while pointing at him from a distance with an ugly expression on his face. With great difficulty, the previous incident had finally calmed down. Finally, he dared to once again step out his house. For some reason, today, that topic was once again resurrected. He only went out to buy some food yet was met with endless contempt. The only thing lacking was someone openly pointing at him and scolding him. Only after he returned home did he find out that damnable guy was stirring trouble once again. Why? Professor Tao was seething with fury. Why would things be related to him whenever this Chen Feng stirred up trouble? What's with all those people referring to him as a person that became well known after exposing Professor Tao? FCK that shit. He suddenly felt alarmed. Could it be that in the future, whenever this Chen Feng started stirring up trouble, regardless of whether it's something good or bad, he would be dragged out to become a punching bag? After pondering it, Professor Tao decided that it was very probable. This won't do. This definitely won't do. Professor Tao muttered and contacted his son immediately. Little June, that guy's identity was exposed. He opened a shop at the virtual community. I know. Tao Lejun sighed. Before he opened his shop, my man had tailed him for several days. However, they never found an opportunity to act. This guy maintained high alert all the time. I'm afraid assassination will not be a reliable method to deal with him. Then just employ other methods, Professor Tao said viciously. I want him to disappear. I don't want to hear any news regarding him, regardless of whether it is bad news or good news. Don't worry, father. A cold glint flickered in Tao Lejun's eyes. I know what to do. Deal with it as soon as possible. Only now did Professor Tao start trying to conceal the fact that he was currently quite agitated. For his whole life, he had enjoyed the public's respect. However, after he was exposed, it felt worse than dying. If he had known all about this earlier, he would not have dared to make his move against Chen Feng, no matter what. Hopefully this will end soon, Professor Tao muttered. It will, Tao Lejun said coldly. Late at night, a huge online army appeared in the learning forum and started using all sorts of ways to discredit Chen Feng. From talking about his nature to talking about his behaviors, all sorts of methods were employed. This is only the beginning, Tao Lejun said with a grudging look in his eyes. Chen Feng, this time, I need you to disappear for real. Since assassinating him was unreliable, he did not plan to continue the assassination plan. If Chen Feng were to obediently become a normal producer and stop stirring any trouble, he really had no way to deal with Chen Feng. However, for Chen Feng to open a shop, that was akin to courting death. Even later that night, within the Wang family's house at Gold City, a youth was training under the moonlight. Under the control of his spiritual energy, those tree leaves quietly spun around him before being neatly arranged on the stone. It has been a year, the youth sighed. His name was Wang Chun, 19 years old, a first-year university student. He was once the genius of the Wang family. He was able to reach 40 points of spiritual energy during high school before proceeding with gene strengthening and rapidly reached the peak of F class at 100 points. However, what happened next was him being permanently stuck there. He brandished his wrist and an illusory book hovered above his hand. The blue radiance was flickering, appearing incomparably exquisite. Was what I did for you the correct choice? Wang Chun mumbled. When he was at the F class, he fused with a mystical yet powerful legendary gene. If this ability's power was fully unleashed, it would have the potential to become a 7-star secret art. However, the main disadvantage of this genetic ability was that it would cause one's breakthrough difficulty to increase by multiple times. He was too confident, to the point that he did not care about it at all. And thus, he was stuck at this point for a whole year. Those that previously followed him, those that previously looked highly upon him, they had all disappeared. The resources of the whole Wang family were concentrated on his cousin instead. Suddenly, he felt that a gaze had landed upon him. Wang Chun instinctively glanced at the direction he felt the gaze from. Distantly, in the aisle, a silhouette flashed past. After glancing at him, the silhouette pretended to not see him and left calmly. It was him. Wang Chun clenched his fists. That was his cousin, Wang. He had recently finished his high school examinations as a top scorer. He was also the current young genius of the Wang family. He had just returned from a ruins exploration yesterday. Along with the resources provided by the family, he had solidified his rank at E-class. Wang Chun had been thoroughly surpassed. Hee. Wang Chun smiled mockingly. Do I want to stay here forever? Returning to his room, Wang Chun looked at his savings silently. Entering the virtual community, he started to search for genes at the business district. He started looking through the genes one by one. However, all that followed was him shaking his head after each gene he looked at. He seemed to remember that a legendary gene reagent capable of breaking through one's limit existed. However, those genes were something so rare that one could discover by luck. They were not something one would be able to seek out. A legend was a legend. After all, he had been looking for it for over a month. However, it was nowhere to be found. He was only here to casually look for it. As he walked along the streets of the virtual community, he paused his steps. There, he saw the entrance of a small gene shop with a group of people scattered around. Even at this hour, this shop was still so crowded. Wang Chun was somewhat astonished. It was currently 1 a.m. in the morning. Instinctively, he glanced at the shop name, the strongest gene, and with it, he saw the boastful description that came with the shop name. Immediately, his heart was shaken. Only the genes produced by him were the strongest. Wang Chun was agitated. As he entered the shop, he spotted a gold-colored liquid right away. It was a mutated 5-star gene reagent with a simple use of a 1-point attribute increase. 1 point. Wang Chun was stupefied. Reversed mutation? Was this really a reversed mutation? Wang Chun was somewhat disappointed. However, he had been crazily looking up information regarding limit-surpassing reagents and had come upon some legends. Due to that, currently, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Would this 1 point help with his limit breakthrough? Increase 1 point. Wang Chun's heart trembled. The more he thought of it, the more likely it seemed. These genes never appeared before. What if it was bogus reagent? 1 million was at stake here. However, what if it was genuine? Wang Chun bit his tongue to clear his muddled head. It had to be bought. He knew that his chance had appeared. Even if the probability was only 1 in 100,000, he had to give it a try. He looked at the balance in his bank account before taking a look at the price stated below that gene reagent and deciding to borrow some money. Even if there was only a tiny chance of it succeeding, he had to try for his future. As Wang Chun left, within the shop, the crowd was still amidst their chattering and discussions. The crowd was laughing as they discussed, as if the act of condemning Chen Feng would make them look better. One night passed quietly. Footnotes 1. 66,666,666, a Chinese online slang, an expression commonly used when praising someone's gameplay, something similar to GG. In the early morning of the next day, the incident involving Chen Feng had somewhat calmed down. The mutated lumber bear gene and Professor Tao's name were the reason for the strongest gene becoming a hot topic. Since Chen Feng had now been badly discredited, the public naturally lost their interest in him. However, out of everyone's expectations, at this very moment, explosive news appeared. The mutated gold ant gene was sold. The staggering price of 1 million yuan. Everyone that heard this news was stupefied. How is that possible? The public was speechless. Someone would actually buy the trash gene. Was that a rumor? A lot of people believed that it was a rumor and went to the strongest gene. There, they saw the word sold out below the gold ant gene's display. It was really sold. This stunned everyone. A big crowd was around the entrance of the strongest gene. They were all there in order to take a look at this mutated gold ant gene. As a result from this, the sub-district the shop was located at enjoyed an unprecedented amount of traffic. Are there truly people out there that would buy this kind of trash gene? A lot of people couldn't believe this. At the learning forum, the people that were busy discrediting Chen Feng had suddenly paused. Just now, they had been busy saying how it was impossible for this gene to be sold. But now, suddenly, someone said, maybe Chen Feng bought it himself. Everyone shivered and instantly felt enlightened. It was probable. That was totally the truth. Apart from himself, who would buy this trash gene? The public condemned him. True. Even a gene reagent capable of increasing one's spiritual energy by 20 points is only priced at several 100,000. He dares to sell this gene that only increased one's spiritual energy by 1 point at 1 million? As long one's brain works, one would not buy this gene. If that's the case, it really was Chen Feng that bought his own gene. Of course. What is his goal for doing so? Then, apart from wasting money, It seems to be pointless. Goal? Hee. What else could his goal be? It's marketing. Since his shop is newly opened, he has to do some marketing for it. But the only difference is others will use sales event as marketing, while Chen Feng chose this peculiar method as his marketing tool. Oh yeah, I heard he joined the monthly sales event. Everyone suddenly felt enlightened. Monthly sales event? Could it be? Everyone opened their eyes wide. Damn, he was totally creating fake sales volume to increase his rankings in the monthly event. Was this guy crazy? Granted, there were people who tried doing something similar as him in the past to obtain better rankings in the event. However, they all did it quietly in fear of getting found out, affecting their reputation and trust as a result. This Chen Feng, on the other hand, was absolutely unrestrained. The virtual community only charged them 1% of their sales. In other words, one only needed to waste 10,000 yuan for the service charges to create a sales volume of 1 million yuan. For the event reward, doing this sort of thing, why not? Where's his dignity? Damn it, this works. This. Everyone was stupefied. They never expect there would exist someone whose face was thick to such an extent. Creating a false sales volume was something frowned upon. Someone without a sense of shame would be unrivaled under the heavens. Some people started sneering. Since he doesn't even care about his reputation, what can you do? At this moment, Chen Feng was lazily getting out of his bed. As he saw that the mutated gold ant gene was sold, he cheerfully bought another large amount of materials and produced another mutated gold ant gene reagent. Seems like the public are capable of judging what a good product is after all. Chen Feng was immensely pleased. 200,000 yuan and 20 points of luck values for a single mutated gold ant gene reagent. Totally worth it. After putting it up for sale, Chen Feng went and proceeded with his studies. In the shop, the crowd was stupefied as they looked at Chen Feng, who openly assigned a new mutated gold ant gene reagent for sale in front of them. He simply assigned it and left like this. In front of us, everyone had a stupid expression on their face. Shouldn't he explain himself in such circumstances? Getting questioned by so many people, as long as you still care about your reputation, you should put forth an explanation, right? However, he did not. From the start, Chen Feng ignored them. Is this due to him not wanting to explain himself, or is this due to him not caring about our existence at all? The crowd was angry. They had never seen someone so unbridled before. Naturally, there were some who managed to notice something different from the rest. This gene seems like something used for. A person suddenly opened his mouth. However, as he was halfway through his sentence, he was grabbed by someone beside him who whispered, "What are you doing? Didn't you notice this gene?" I noticed. The person beside him was feeling hateful for his incompetence. Hence, quickly prepare money to buy it. You think you are the only one who noticed it? Why has nobody mentioned it? You really think everyone else is an idiot? Don't you know the concept of getting rich silently? Would you not believe me if I said that this gene would be sold very soon? So that was the case. That person gained a sudden realization. Amateurs were only there to enjoy the show, while experts were there to see the truth. A majority of those criticizing Chen Feng were those herds who were only there to take part in the fun. Would any of those who knew of the actual truth bother explaining to them? Due to these people, Chen Feng was once again a hot topic. Yesterday, Chen Feng became a hot topic due to the strongest reversed gene of his. Today, he became a hot topic due to his charm and personality. Having no sense of shame could be considered as a personality trait as well, right? The learning forum was filled with people lashing out against Chen Feng. All the producers declared that they felt ashamed on Chen Feng's behalf. There were even some who requested Chen Feng's name be removed from the Gene Production Association, etc. In a short few hours, Chen Feng's name was once again known throughout the virtual community. In the afternoon, as Chen Feng was immersed in his studies on producers' common knowledge, he suddenly received Mu Yuan's call. "Chen Feng, what's with the mutated gold ant gene?" What? Chen Feng was somewhat lost. Mu Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry and explained to him what had happened. Only now did Chen Feng know what happened. Those bunch of idiots actually believed that this was his trick. Truly, is this really what you did? Mu Yuan find it hard to believe that Chen Feng would do such thing. Chen Feng shook his head. Of course not. Mu Yuan was unable to understand. But that one point attribute Chen Feng shrugged. Used for limit breakthrough. Limit. FCK, limit breakthrough. Mu Yuan shivered. He was really shocked by Chen Feng. You are saying? This item can be used for limit breakthrough, during the final step when one is at 100 points. Naturally, otherwise, why would I sell it at such an expensive price? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Damn. Mu Yuan swore continuously. Yet he was still unable to regain his senses. He knew that Chen Feng was somewhat talented. However, he never expected Chen Feng to be talented to such an extent. This was limit breakthrough, a limit countless people were stuck at. A small gene reagent like this would be able to fix the problem. Mu Yuan swallowed his saliva as he suddenly felt that it was totally not expensive for this item to be priced at 1 million yuan. Wait, since it was limit breakthrough, why did nobody notice it? Even he did not manage to notice it. Honestly, if it wasn't for Chen Feng telling him, Mu Yuan suddenly understood. Inertial thinking. It's not that nobody guessed it. Rather, it was because nobody would think in this direction. That was because, after all these years, no one had produced a limit-breaking reagent before. None. Even all those grandmasters and companies had failed. A mere rookie had succeeded. No one would believe that. Because of that, naturally, nobody thought about it. However, Chen Feng had really produced it. All right, you are impressive, Mu Yuan exclaimed. Do you need me to explain on your behalf? No. Chen Feng shook his head. It's quite good this way. Mu Yuan blanked. Only when there's discussion would this remain a hot topic. Chen Feng smiled. Although I'm too lazy to create hype, since there's a ready-made hype surrounding my stuff, why waste it? Let them continue discrediting me. I'm not afraid anyway. Mu Yuan. This brother here seemed to know a lot about this aspect. No, I still think it's better to be more careful. Mu Yuan reminded him, you have, after all, joined the monthly sales event. My guess is that the event inspectors are starting to investigate you. Let them investigate, then. Chen Feng was not bothered at all. I did not do anything wrong. Why should I be afraid of their investigation? At the same time, in the virtual community, as Mu Yuan had said, the event inspectors were investigating this incident. These days, due to the existence of bizarre and peculiar genetic abilities, it was almost impossible to cheat in front of the inspectors. Granted, since the inspectors possessed bizarre genetic abilities to detect fraud, there were also bizarre genetic abilities capable of committing fraud. However, how could a normal gene producer contend against the large virtual community? The inspectors of the virtual community possessed the strongest detection abilities. Nothing could hide from them. However, today, this group of inspectors, reputed as a group capable of finding the truth out of everything, suffered total defeat when investigating Chen Feng's incident. Is there any result from the investigations? The leader of the inspectors group, Li Dakang, inhaled deeply. No. All the inspectors were ashamed. No matter what genetic ability they utilized, the result would only point out that the purchase of this mutated gold ant gene reagent by the genetic warrior was a normal purchase. No issues were found with the purchase. How can this be? Li Dakang was starting to feel somewhat jittery. Unlike other incidents, this Chen Feng incident was something serious. Furthermore, the truth was quite apparent. As such, their superiors requested them to find the proofs and wrap this up as soon as possible. However, without proof, how could they wrap this up? All their investigations pointed to there being nothing wrong with this Chen Feng. Their team was comprised of 10 inspectors, each of them possessing some special detection abilities. However, all these abilities appeared quite useless in this incident. Could it be there really are no problems? One of the inspectors whispered. Whoosh. Li Dakang glared at him. Between 20 points of spiritual energy and 1 point of spiritual energy, which would you buy? Furthermore, the difference in price is almost 5-fold. That inspector opened his mouth yet was not able to say anything. True. This was obviously something illogical, and this was also the reason they couldn't accept the fact that they couldn't find any proof. Today, we received another 100 reports on this, another inspector said. I know. Li Dakang inhaled deeply and looked at the information regarding the strongest gene in front of him before viciously saying, investigate. Investigate with all your effort. I refuse to believe that there are absolutely no problems with him. Today, we shall work overtime. Without finding out anything about this guy, none of you are allowed to sleep. All right. Hence, the group of inspectors started their busy life of working overtime. Currently, the incident was still hotly discussed online. The discussions were centered around Chen Feng, his act of selling and buying his own item to create a false sales volume, and the monthly sales event. There were also no signs of these discussions stopping. Instead, the discussions were constantly gaining momentum. At the same time, some of the shop owners decided to get their friends and families to help create a fake sales volume, since nothing seemed to be happening to Chen Feng. However, they were all shut down by the inspectors that were seething in anger. Hence, the shop owners that were shut down started complaining online, saying that the event was unfair. How were the masses supposed to trust them this way, etc. However, regardless of how much the public talked about this, the virtual community had not taken any action against Chen Feng. As such, this incident continued progressing, triggering more curiosity from the public, to the point where some people started to suspect that Chen Feng was actually the illegitimate child of the virtual community's owner. Once again, Chen Feng became the trending topic. This time, it was due to his seemingly mysterious identity and background. The illegitimate child of the virtual community's owner. Chen Feng looked at these threads with a toying expression on his face. He suspected that these people did not use their brain when making up stories. If that was really his identity, was there a need for him to open a shop and create a fake sales volume? Naive. However, due to the publicity this incident brought him, the traffic of Chen Feng's shop reached a new pinnacle, with his sales volume increasing rapidly once again. The second mutated gold antigen reagent was sold at the same price of 1 million yuan. Chen Feng did not find this surprising. This item was definitely worth 1 million yuan. With so many people paying attention to it, all it required was for a single person to notice the true value of this item and the reagent would immediately sell. What surprised Chen Feng was that his mutated lumber bear gene had actually sold as well. Due to the publicity created by the public, he had managed to sell 2 of the mutated lumber bear genes despite their high price of 99,999 yuan each. For the lumber bear gene that only cost several thousand yuan to produce, this was truly an extreme profit. No wonder those celebrities like publicity. Chen Feng could finally understand why the celebrities from his previous life would always create some controversy to gain some publicity for their upcoming movies or TV shows. At times, publicity was equivalent to profit. Up until now, Chen Feng's sales volume had reached 2.2 million yuan, entering the top 100 rankings of the monthly sales event. This speed of advancement was obviously extraordinary. Top 100? Chen Feng blanked. He originally joined the event for fun without expectations. After all, it was near the end of the event period anyway. However, as he looked at the numbers of the sales volume, the flame in Chen Feng's heart started blazing. This monthly sales event doesn't appear too difficult. As he thought about it, it seemed quite logical for the difficulty to be low. The participants were only some level 1 shops. A single level 1 shop had a maximum of 10 display shelves. Even if they were to sell combat genes here, how much could they earn? As for Chen Feng, a single sale of his could reach an amount of 1 million yuan. Who could compete with him? Chen Feng studied the information on the monthly event rankings. Number 100, 2 million sales volume. Number 30, 5 million sales volume. Number 3, 10 million sales volume. There was a big difference between them. However, Chen Feng calculated his earnings using 24 points of luck values every day. 20 of them for mutated gold antigen production and the remaining 4 for mutated lumber bear gene production. His total sale would be 1.4 million. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to sell the mutated lumber bear gene. He could only depend on the recent publicity he gained to barely sell some of it. Otherwise, with the mutated lumber bear gene alone, he would be able to make a huge profit. 1.4 million per day. In 7 days, he would be making near 10 million. His distance from the guy at number 3 was so very near. Although his opponent had 7 days left as well, within these final 7 days, Chen Feng believed that the maximum his opponent could reach was 12 million. The difference wouldn't be too drastic. A difference of 2 million. Chen Feng's eyes were burning. Perhaps, he could try reaching the top 3? Under normal circumstances, he naturally wouldn't bother. However, this sudden publicity he gained put him in an extremely beneficial position. Although everyone was discrediting him online, however, his shop had also been making crazy profits from this. This was a perfect opportunity for him. Reaching the top 3 in 7 days. The reward for top 3 is actually rare 4-star formulas. Chen Feng was agitated. Since there was an opportunity for him to gain a rare formula, he would not waste the opportunity. If so, his next goal would be to reach top 3. However, based on his calculations, he might still lack around 2 million sales volume to reach top 3. How should he close this gap? Producing 2 extra mutated gold ant genes? Chen Feng pondered. He had saved up some luck value during the past few days. However, his luck value would be completely exhausted if he were to produce even 1 extra mutated gold ant gene. If he were to encounter some dangers at that time, things would get troublesome. Hence, unless it was absolutely necessary, he had to maintain at least 10 points of luck value at all times. Increasing the price, 1 million seemed to be the limit. It seemed like this incident had attracted too much attention. However, the virtual community had failed to find any means to punish Chen Feng. As such, they decided to set a limit for the price of F-class gene at a maximum price of 1 million yuan. This caused Chen Feng to feel immensely regretful, as he was planning to increase the price. However, Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. Since the gold ant gene could mutate, could the thunder snake gene mutate as well? Let's try. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. After preparing 10 sets of materials for the thunder snake gene, he entered his hyperdimensional mode. That's right, hyperdimensional mode. Chen Feng called this mode where he closed his eyes and fully activated his luck aura, the hyperdimensional mode. Bang! The lights before his eyes shattered before the familiar-looking genes appeared before him. Currently, due to Chen Feng sealing all his senses, he could not see nor feel the existences of these genes. He could only perform the gene search process under assistance of luck aura. Soon, gene search was completed, consuming 2 points of luck value in the process. 2 points. Chen Feng muttered thoughtfully. Continue. Second step, gene reaction. In his hyperdimensional mode, Chen Feng urged these genes to start reacting and his luck value started declining rapidly. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Only when 6 points of luck were exhausted did the process stop. Third step, gene fusion. After his experience producing the mutated gold ant gene, Chen Feng was extremely well practiced with what he needed to do at this step. Once again, he used 10 points of luck value to prepare the incubator liquid. On the other hand, the gene duplication and fusion process did not exhaust too many of his luck value. Only 2 of them were exhausted before the final gene fusion was completed. Chen Feng sealed the liquid carefully. Whoosh! Gene production, complete. Successful? Chen Feng's emotions surged as he looked at the reagent filled with green and white colored sparks. Gene scan. A ray of light started scanning the gene. Gene name, mutated thunder snake gene reagent. Gene type, special. Gene function, triggering an explosion with spiritual energy, able to bring about a huge amount of destruction. Spiritual energy consumption, 20 points. Gene introduction, produced from thunder snake's blood essence, requires a lot of different materials to bring out the mysterious power within thunder snake gene, turning it into a type of special gene reagent. It mutated. Chen Feng was excited. Indeed, thunder snake gene had a concealed gene within as well. It was only that this concealed gene would only appear after modifying the materials and improving the formula. However, what was with this spiritual energy consumption of 20 points? Chen Feng was confused. He remembered that the spiritual energy consumption for normal mutated thunder snake genes were only 10 points. Why did it become 20 points after this new mutation? Reversed mutation? After thinking about it, Chen Feng decided to go to the Green Hill Forest camp alone. This item was different from mutated gold ant gene where only reading the descriptions would be sufficient for Chen Feng to figure out its value. As for the mutated thunder snake gene, why was the spiritual energy consumption increased by anifold? How much was the increase of its damage? He had to have an understanding about it himself. I will know after trying. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He did not dare to go too far away from the camp. In the distance, a peak F-class mutated beast appeared. Chen Feng's heart leapt as he quietly tossed the thunder snake gene reagent in his hands. Bang! Triggering the explosion with his spiritual energy, the reagent exploded midair, and then, it disappeared. Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. Disappeared. Indeed, disappeared. The moment the thunder snake gene reagent was triggered, it changed into a ray of light and disappeared. Looking at his spiritual energy that had been reduced by 20 points, Chen Feng blanked. What happened? A normal thunder snake gene reagent would directly explode on the spot when triggered and envelope an area with a circumference of 3 to 5 meters around it with lightning. Why had it disappeared instead after mutation? However, right this moment, Chen Feng sensed something and abruptly raised his head. The sky started thundering. A huge snake-shaped lightning bolt descended and smashed on the spot where the reagent originally disappeared. killing the peak F-class mutated beast in a flash. The beast couldn't even scream before dying. This power. Chen Feng inhaled a cold breath of air. Thunder Snake. This was the true Thunder Snake. Compared to this, the normal Thunder Snake gene reagent he used to use were like thunder worms instead of thunder snakes. Although the Thunder Snake gene reagent had the power of an E-class attack, it was the power of a newly advanced E-class warrior. At times, it would be able to unleash an extremely formidable might. For example, when it was in the mysterious seawater previously. However, at times, it was also extremely weak. For example, when facing the mutant previously, the reagent failed to kill both the mutant and the Wind Fox leader. What if this new reagent was used? Chen Feng was sure that if the same thing were to happen again, the Wind Fox leader leaping on the mutant to take on the attack for him, the both of them would still die from the attack of the snake-shaped lightning. This thing. Chen Feng was bubbling with excitement. A one-fold increase in spiritual energy consumption. However, the increase in its might was extremely huge. Based on Chen Feng's initial estimations, the bring about a huge amount of destruction in the gene introduction was describing the E-class damage the reagent was capable of bringing. Previously, the normal reagent would bring about a damage equivalent to around 100 to 200 points of attributes, around the same level as a newly advanced E-class warriors. The current reagent, on the other hand, would be able to display a power equivalent to around 900 to 1000 points of attributes. They were both described with the same words, bring about a huge amount of destruction. However, the actual difference was extremely huge. Reaching home, Chen Feng produced another mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent. How much should I sell it for? Chen Feng was excited. 500,000 yuan cost and 10 points of luck values to produce. After calculating, he was speechless. No wonder this new reagent was so terrifying. Its materials alone were 5 times more than normal Thunder Snake gene reagents. What was the suitable price? After thinking about it for a while, Chen Feng decided to set the price at 1 million yuan. Didn't you want to restrict the price? Have fun restricting, then. Mutated gold ant gene reagent required 200,000 yuan and 20 points of luck value to produce, while mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent required 500,000 yuan and 10 points of luck values to produce. Although mutated gold ant gene reagent brought him higher profit, after contemplation, Chen Feng found that it would be more worthwhile for him to produce mutated Thunder Snake gene reagents. Chen Feng calculated in silence. With 20 points of luck value, I can produce 2 sets of mutated Thunder Snake gene with a cost of 1 million yuan, selling at 2 million yuan, making a profit of 1 million yuan. The same 20 points of luck value could only produce 1 set of mutated gold ant gene with a cost of 200,000 yuan and selling at a price of 1 million yuan, making only 800,000 yuan of profit. Furthermore, with each mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent he produced, he would be better practiced. For him, luck value was the most valuable resources. However, the premise for all his plans was that there would be someone capable of discovering the power of the mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent. A one-time usage item with the price of 1 million yuan. Would someone really buy it? Chen Feng was feeling doubtful. Let's just give it a try. After thinking about it, Chen Feng decided to put it up for sale. Mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent, selling at 1 million yuan. This was, after all, not the same as something like the gold ant gene, which was somewhat special. For this mutated Thunder Snake gene, one needed to personally experience it in order to have a general idea of the might it possessed. How long will it take to sell? Chen Feng wasn't too worried about it. If it was sold, he would continue producing it. If it wasn't sold, he would keep it for himself as a trump card. In the virtual community, only one day had passed. As the public finally slowed down their discussion on the strongest gene, Chen Feng's mutated Thunder Snake gene once again caused a sensation. 1 million yuan for a one-time use gene. It's another mutated gene. This Chen Feng must have accidentally obtained a research result or inherited some resources of some senior. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to keep producing all these mutated genes. I think so too. All this is not the main point. The main point is the price he set. The public was too tired to continue slighting Chen Feng. Was this guy crazy? Selling a reversed mutated gold ant gene at 1 million. Even a mutated Thunder Snake gene was sold at 1 million. Was he sick? Has this thing really mutated? Although the Thunder Snake gene rarely appears, I remember that its description is the same. Some of the people started raising their doubts. After checking online, they found out that Chen Feng's mutated gene was similar with a normal gene, with the only difference being the spiritual energy consumption. It changed from 10 points to 20 points. They were all speechless. Another reverse gene, 666,666 one. The strongest reversed mutated gene. This shop is correctly named after all. Too funny. I remembered that the normal version of this gene is only worth 200,000 yuan. Right? The public went crazy with laughter. That was 1 million yuan he set as the price there. If it was a fusion reagent, fine. In order to get the genetic ability, for one's own future, some people would put it all on the line to buy it even if it was expensive. However, what was this one-time use item? One toss and it's gone. Who would waste 1 million yuan for this? Too funny. At the same time, the mutated thunder snake gene raised another huge wave in the learning forum. A huge online army started discrediting Chen Feng again. As for the Professor Tao incident, it had been totally forgotten. There were too many points one could discuss about Chen Feng, so nobody bothered talking about Professor Tao. However, nobody noticed that in Chen Feng's shop, amongst the crowd, one particular person was staring at the mutated thunder snake gene reagent for a long time without speaking. His name was Yan Zongshan, an E-class genetic warrior. He was preparing to go on an extremely dangerous exploration trip and was currently in the final stages of his preparations. As he heard that there was a mutated thunder snake gene reagent for sale here, he decided to come and take a look. However, he did not expect the reagent to be sold at 1 million yuan. This guy must have gone crazy from thinking about money too much. He shook his head and prepared to leave the shop. However, at this moment, he noticed that within the bottle of the mutated thunder snake gene reagent was a flickering lightning that seemed to appear much more powerful than the thunder snake gene reagents he had purchased in the past. 20 points of spiritual energy consumption. The power it contained is much more powerful. Yan Zongshan's eyes brightened. He had previously used a thunder snake gene reagent once. However, the mutated version before him seemed to be somewhat different from the one he had used previously. For an unknown reason, he could feel an energy that caused one's heart to palpitate from this mutated gene reagent. This gene reagent was very powerful. However, this price. Yan Zongshan was hesitating and struggling to make his decision. He was sure that this mutated gene reagent was much more powerful than a normal gene reagent. However, its price was really too expensive. Excessively expensive. However, the amount of people attracted to this shop from all the publicity was extremely high. He was only one of them. He was confident that among the crowd, there were those who had previously used thunder snake gene reagents or those who knew a good thing when they saw one. Hence, the time left for him to hesitate was short. Someone else might buy this thing soon. To buy or not to buy? Yan Zongshan smiled bitterly and suddenly understood. Did he have any options? If he failed to return from his explorations this time, what good would all the money he saved do? Earlier, he had taken a stroll around the area. Among all the gene reagents usable for him, this was the most expensive one. However, it also appeared to be strongest. Even those E-class one-time use reagents were not as powerful as this one. He really had no choice. After a long time, he clenched his teeth and tapped the screen. Buy. Whoosh. In the strongest gene, the 1 million yuan mutated thunder snake gene reagent was sold just like that! Exclamation mark. At the entrance of the shop, the crowd opened their eyes wide as they looked at the word sold out appearing on the display shelf for the mutated thunder snake gene reagent. Damn, it's gone. It's sold. How is that possible? Everyone cried out in alarm. It was sold. Again. This time, it took an even shorter amount of time. It was sold after only 1 hour it was put up for sale. Wasn't this somewhat excessive? Yeah, in my opinion, this thing isn't even worth 100,000 yuan. Let's complain. I refuse to believe that the inspectors would really ignore this. Everyone was raging with fury. This Chen Feng was absolutely unrestrained nowadays. Previously, he would still made an effort to pretend and only buy his own stuff after putting it up for 1 whole day. Now, he was too excessive. Right in front of everyone, the gene reagent was sold in an hour. Who was he trying to cheat? Hence, a huge amount of complaints were sent to the group of inspectors. Currently, the amount of complaints received regarding the strongest gene had exceeded the total amount of all other complaints they received by a large amount. The public refused to believe that the group of inspectors would dare to ignore this incident. However, What they did not know was that the group of inspectors really wanted to deal with this. However, after 2 whole days, they failed to find even the tiniest shred of evidence. Footnotes 1. 66,666,666. A Chinese online slang, an expression commonly used when praising someone's gameplay, something similar to GG. Quick, keep a close watch on this guy. The guy who just bought a mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent, Li Dakang shouted as he assigned all the inspectors in his group to the task of monitoring this person. He planned to use this guy as the breakthrough to find some genuine evidences. Watch him closely. This time, we must find some evidence. Li Dakang's gaze was blazing like a torch, and the rest of his team members were surging with fighting spirit. However, they ended up wasting 1 whole day, obtaining no results whatsoever. That guy seemed to have gone exploring at some ruins. By the time he returned, he had lost an arm and spent over 3 million yuan at the hospital to rejoin his arm. Nothing abnormal found on this guy. The group of inspectors smiled bitterly. There was absolutely nothing suspicious found on this guy who had bought a mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent. Would a guy who made a living through creating fake sales volume go about losing their arm like this? Nothing unusual, Li Dakang mumbled. 3 million yuan for an arm. The group members sighed. Would someone like this go and participate in the creation of fake sales volume? They kept silent. At this moment, they found that this guy went to Chen Feng's shop once again and bought 2 mutated Thunder Snake gene reagents at once. He bought another 2. The group of inspectors widened their eyes. How were they supposed to investigate this? Could this be a diversion tactic employed by one of those companies that specialize in creating fake sales volume? Some of them guessed. One of them shook his head. Doesn't look like it. How are our other investigations? One of them shook his head while smiling bitterly. We are watching every single person who has bought items from the strongest gene. So far, nothing suspicious has been found. For this Chen Feng and his shop, they had poured in a huge amount of resources. However, they had nothing to show for all their effort. What on earth is happening? Li Dakang was unable to find a way to solve this. A normal producer like this was so meticulous to the point where he could trick the whole group of inspectors? Or maybe there was no problem in the first place with this shop. As they looked at the obviously illogical price, they smiled bitterly. How was that possible? Li Dakang clenched his teeth. Chen Feng, what methods have you employed? Recently, they were under extreme pressure. Every single day, their superiors would pressure them. However, they couldn't find any evidence. What could they do? No matter how they investigated, Chen Feng appeared innocent. They couldn't shut down his shop with some groundless accusation, right? Boss, what should we do? Watch him closely. I refuse to believe that he won't reveal any weaknesses. As the number of people who buy his genes increases, he will definitely reveal a weakness somewhere. Roger. Currently, there were still 3 days before the end of the monthly sales event. Once again, Chen Feng put 2 sets of mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent up for sale. Although the amount of people who possessed a Thunder Snake gene reagent was low, those who actually possessed one were those who were quite strong. After getting a taste of the power of Chen Feng's reagent, they started purchasing without any hesitation. This reagent was at the very least roughly 3 times more powerful than normal reagents. Naturally, the general masses were unaware of all this. The only thing they could do was continue berating Chen Feng for having a strong background and having no sense of shame, the group of inspectors being useless, the virtual community for being unjust, etc. All of this caused Chen Feng to become increasingly well known. Currently, Chen Feng's sales volume had reached 8 million, entering the top 10. 2 days before the final day, Chen Feng sold another 2 sets of mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent. With this, his sales volume exceeded 10 million, placing him in 6th place. Currently, the 3rd place only had a sales volume of 12 million. He only needed to produce another mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent in order to enter top 3 on the final day. As for the top 2 ranks, number 1, 15.8 million sales volume. Number 2, 15.5 million sales volume. Chen Feng merely glanced at their figures before forgetting about competing with them. In order to become the champion, these 2 shops had held countless promotions and events after exhausting a huge sum of resources. Since there was only 1 day left, Chen Feng would not be able to catch up to them no matter what. I will just produce 4 extra sets of reagents and get into top 3 tomorrow. Chen Feng looked at the remaining 40 points of luck value he had with satisfaction. His plan was progressing smoothly. The power of his mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent seemed to be quite satisfactory, as he had seen several repeat customers. Since he started aiming for top 3 up till now, he hadn't encountered any mishaps. As for all those discrediting him online, he really should thank them. Without them, Chen Feng would not have been able to sell so many of his reagents. Regardless of how good your item was, people needed to notice it first, right? Putting it this way, those people had done him a big favor by berating him online. After getting the new 4-star formula, my production level can probably reach 14 stars. Chen Feng was excited. The 20-star production level that originally seemed so far away was now within reach. If he was willing, he could use the profits he made to buy 2 more 3-star formulas, and that would be sufficient for his production level to reach 20 stars. One step at a time. Chen Feng calmed himself down. However, just as he was planning his future plans, something happened abruptly and put a stop to all his plans. The strongest gene had been shut down. Chen Feng had a ridiculous expression on his face. It was shut down? How was that possible? Chen Feng went to his shop hastily and found that his shop had indeed been closed. Not only had it been closed, due to him violating the rules, all his funds were also temporarily frozen. Very good. Chen Feng was seething with fury. He did not cheat, nor did he create any disturbances. On what basis had the virtual community shut down his shop? Who gave them the guts to do so? Wasn't that groundless? Chen Feng immediately contacted the group of inspectors. I need an explanation on this. At the same time, the group of inspectors had a blank look on their face after receiving Chen Feng's message. It had been shut down. The leader, Li Dakang, had a lost expression on his face. Who had shut it down? What happened? Li Dakang bellowed. We haven't got any proof yet. Who did it? From the way it was done, it doesn't appear to be one of us, some of them said. Li Dakang was angry. Besides us, who dares to shut a shop down? Could it be someone from the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices? One of the members said suddenly. The department responsible for supervision of the prices of commodities in the virtual community. The Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. A cold glint flickered in Li Dakang's eyes. He pondered for a while before contacting a person. Old Ding, what's up with the strongest gene? Old Ding's indifferent voice drifted over. What else could it be? Due to the violation of rules, we shut it down. It is indeed you guys. Li Dakang was raging. What rules have been violated? Even us inspectors can't find any evidence. You guys can find it. Who gave you guys the guts to shut the shop down? Evidence? Isn't this obvious? Old Ding laughed heartily. You inspectors need to look for evidence and proof. We, on the other hand, only need to prove that the price was increased without any basis in order to act. For him to sell a Thunder Snake gene at 1 million, this is an obvious violation of the rules. I personally think that, if you guys contacted me earlier, this incident would have ended long ago. How have the rules been violated? Li Dakang suppressed his anger. All his genes were mutated genes. Don't tell me you guys have the relevant know-how to evaluate the price of his gene reagents. In the past, we didn't have. However, now we do. Old Ding said indifferently. I'll send you our evaluations. Since we want to make a move on him, we have naturally completed all the required procedures. No one would bother us over this anyway. This is what the public wished. Shortly after, an evaluation table was sent over by the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. After Li Dakang looked at it, he helplessly closed his eyes. This way of doing things. One of the members asked suddenly, what should we do? Chen Feng sent another message to us. Send the evaluation table over to him and let him know our opinions on this. Li Dakang sighed. The team member hesitated. Would this be proper? Should they sell out the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices just like this? If we don't sell them out, do you want to be the one taking the responsibility for this? Li Dakang rebuked them. Those FKs were the ones in the wrong for pulling tricks in the dark. They wanted to earn the praises for this and let us to take the responsibility for this. To hell with that. All right. The rest of the team kept silent out of fear. Chen Feng received his answer after 2 attempts at contacting them. As he had imagined, it was not something done by the group of inspectors. However, the participation of the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices was indeed something exceeding his expectations. Is there any way to lift the ban? Chen Feng asked. Li Dakang felt somewhat guilty. since they did not have any evidence on hand, and said, "The Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices has banned a lot of shops before." Some only needed to apologize for the ban to be lifted. However, I doubt it will work this time. If you really want to lift the ban, you need to look for some authoritative figures and prove that the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices is wrong in their evaluations. Chen Feng nodded as he ended the call. "Thanks." His wristband vibrated. Chen Feng glanced at it. The group of inspectors had sent him something. Commodity Price Evaluation Table. 1. Lumber Bear Jean, Battle, Evaluated Price, 10,000 yuan. A 100% increase is indeed strong. However, it still pales in comparison to other combat jeans. Furthermore, compared with other labor jeans, it is not as practical as the common mutated lumber bear jean. As such, its practical value is not high. 2. Mutated gold ant jean, evaluated price, 10,000 yuan. Common gold ant jeans are able to increase up to 10 to 20 points of spiritual energy and are sold at 200,000 yuan and above. This mutated ant gene only increases one's spiritual energy by 1 point. Hence, its real worth should be 1/10 of a normal gold ant gene's price or even lower. As such, its practical value is not high. 3. Mutated thunder snake gene, evaluated price, 50,000 yuan. It is double the spiritual energy consumption compared to normal thunder snake genes. Apart from this, there are no other differences. As something generally used by F-class warriors as their trump card, the extra 10 points of consumption is fatal. As such, its practical value is not high. Chen Feng was lost in thought long after he finished reading it. 10,000, 10,000, 50,000. How vicious. Since the mutated gold ant gene was something that had never appeared before, it was understandable for them to be unable to see through its true value. However, as for the mutated thunder snake gene, no matter what, it should not be worth a measly 50,000 yuan. The Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices was blatantly trying to kill him off. There was also the possibility that the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices had seen through the true value of his strongest genes yet still chosen to deliberately act against him. Why had he offended these people? Returning to his room, Chen Feng sat on his table as he contemplated. Subconsciously, he started tapping the table with his fingers. Along with the increasing tempo of his tapping, his thoughts started expanding. The Authority Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. Information. Right at this moment, Mu Yuan's picture appeared on screen. Chen Feng accepted the call. "What's the matter?" Shocked, Mu Yuan said. "The group of inspectors dared to ban you groundlessly?" Chen Feng shook his head. "It wasn't them. It was the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices." Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. Mu Yuan frowned before relaxing his brows again. "Then that's understandable." "Oh?" Chen Feng raised his head. "As you know, that shameless Professor Tao stole my grandfather's research results before. However, after all these years, even after my grandfather became somewhat reputable, he did not expose the truth. Do you know the reason for that?" Mu Yuan inhaled deeply. "It was due to the son of that old bastard." Chen Feng listened quietly. "Tao Lijun, the chief of the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. After my grandfather gained some popularity, he tried reporting it once. However, something similar happened to him." Mu Yuan was seething with anger as well. What had happened to his grandfather in the past seemed to be happening to Chen Feng now. Although it was a different incident, the tricks pulled were similar. These were all masterpieces of Tao Lijun. His position as a bureau chief was somewhat special. Since he was in charge at the virtual network, his influence was very small in real life. However, he possessed immense authority online. There was nothing one could do about that. This was an era where the virtual community was the most popular thing among the public. So that was the truth. Chen Feng felt enlightened. So it was Tao Leijun. Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled. Since he knew who his opponent was, this would be much easier to deal with. "What do you plan to do? Do you need any help?" Mu Yuan asked. "No." A toying smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. "Let our bureau chief Tao continue his ban on my shop. I'm afraid that when I'm done with him, he will end up coming to me and begging me to reopen my shop." Mu Yuan shivered as he heard that. "Begging you to reopen your shop? What on earth is this guy planning to do?" The closure of Chen Feng's shop attracted countless attention. The most curious thing was that not long after the shop closed, Chen Feng hung a sign on it. "This shop has been banned by the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices." As such, This shop will cease operation for an indefinite period of time. Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices, banned. The public was happy to see this. Haha. Finally banned. Yeah, the inspectors sure are useless. Only the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices is still quite capable. It should have been banned long ago. A proper monthly sales event like this was almost spoiled by this guy. It was an insult for this fraud-like guy to be placed in the top 10 rankings. I know, right? The public was stirred. This was especially true for those shops ranked below Chen Feng. They felt like setting off fireworks to celebrate this. With Chen Feng out of the way, everyone had their ranking increased by 1 place. Soon, the whole learning forum was bustling with noise and excitement again. I heard the strongest gene was banned. They should have banned him long ago. Only reversed genes were sold in that shop. What's the point? Sigh. If you think of it, those genes were still newly discovered genes after all. Even if they are reversed genes, they still have some research value to them. Unfortunately, this Chen Feng. True. Since the shop owner is unreliable, what can you do? If I was in his shoes, I would release a research result for those new genes. With that, I can at least claim a considerable amount of rewards. He is still a rookie, after all. The public were discussing without stop. This decision to ban Chen Feng's shop had received unanimous support from these people. The incident surrounding Chen Feng had originally calmed down. However, with this, Chen Feng became a trending topic once again. Naturally, a topic would only be trending for a limited amount of time online. The public would probably forget about Chen Feng in a few days' time. However, outside of everyone's expectations, a news outlet officially voiced their opinion about this incident. This was something entirely different from the free discussions online. The participation of the media would greatly affect the public opinion and could even influence the actions taken and the results. This incident was originally a joke. Nobody expected that the media would actually participate in this as well. Suffering from own actions. The consequences of breaking the rules. Cool Breeze Daily. The news from Cool Breeze Daily was delivered on schedule to the news bucket of their subscribers. These subscribers would be able to see the news as soon as they opened their screen. This was how news was delivered in this new era. In the news, it was described in detail how Chen Feng had, in order to become famous and promote his shop to gain more traffic, started pricing genes at 1 million to gain publicity and make use of the price he set, that far exceeded the true value of his genes, to unhealthily compete, breaking the rules and shattering the balance. In the end, he ended up suffering from his own actions. This was a typical article used to smear one's reputation. Within the article was a long description on how vile Chen Feng was, how angry other shop owners were, how other producers were unwilling to be associated with him, and how he was someone who attracted the anger of the masses. Finally, the fate that he finally suffered caused everyone to clap their hands to cheer the fate that had befallen him. Even Chen Feng silently praised this article after reading it. Chen Feng sighed endlessly. They are very well versed in the act of smearing others. The media's participation did not surprise him. With Tao Lejun's position, it was normal for him to know someone from the media. From this, one could see how shady Tao Lejun was. Originally, the strongest gene was only something related to those in the virtual community. Even if the shop was banned, its effect on Chen Feng was minimal. However, with the release of Cool Breeze Daily's article, the attention was totally shifted to Chen Feng from his shop. This time, what he wanted to destroy was Chen Feng as a person. He was planning to destroy Chen Feng without leaving him a way out. Banning your shop and ruining you as a person. This was Tao Lejun's method of dealing with someone, far exceeding what Professor Tao was capable of. The young have surpassed the old. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Regardless of the ban on Chen Feng's shop or influencing the public opinion, the timing of Tao Lejun's actions was perfect. However, he neglected one thing, which was also the crux of the whole matter. Chen Feng's genes were totally not trash genes as he had evaluated. This was the unshakable truth. What if everything one used to smear others' reputation were false? How would it progress? Chen Feng smiled. Would this be a repeat performance of what had happened to Professor Tao before? At a certain ruin, Jun had finally escaped with great difficulty. Although he had sustained dire injuries, he had survived. He had survived despite his opponent being a heavily injured D-class genetic warrior. Although that D-class genetic warrior was heavily injured, that guy insisted on oppressing him. At his final moments, he tossed out the newly purchased mutated Thunder Snake gene. Bang! Even now he could not forget that dazzling radiance. His life was saved. As a genetic warrior that always walked the thin line between life and death, He was very clear on the importance of a strong trump card. It was something equivalent to an extra life. Furthermore, his gains this time. After getting some simple treatment for his injuries at the hospital, Jun went to the strongest gene once again. However, outside of his expectations, the shop was closed. Have the things inside been sold out? Jun was feeling somewhat disappointed. He knew that something good like this would definitely be discovered by others sooner or later. However, when he looked at the shop in detail, he was stunned. It was banned. Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. Jun was stupefied. It was banned due to marking up the prices. Old Yun, what happened? Jun contacted a friend he had made recently, Yun Zongshan. The circumstances in which he knew Yun Zongshan was somewhat interesting. At that time, they had come across each other at the countryside and started fighting each other. Finally, due to them being evenly matched, they both took out their trump cards. However, when they saw the Thunder Snake gene that had an obviously different radiance in their opponent's hand, they stopped. The strongest gene? They asked probingly, immediately understanding. The both of them had spent 1 million yuan to buy this mutated Thunder Snake gene with astonishing might. With this, neither of them dared to act. They were both clear on the might of this item. If they really tossed it out, they would die together. Hence, they both raised the mutated Thunder Snake gene in their hands as a sign of respect. As they understood what each other meant, with tacit understanding, they put away the gene in their hands. Just like that, they started exploring the ruins together. Since they met by fate and knew each other's trump card, they were comfortable working together. I saw it. Yun Zongshan sighed. Damn it. After buying the mutated Thunder Snake gene, I was only happy for 2 days before this shop was banned by the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. Those bastards had the nerve to do it. Those idiots at the Bureau don't know the value of the genes. However, don't the both of us know about it? That mutated Thunder Snake gene, Jun said softly. Not only the mutated Thunder Snake gene, Yun Zongshan sneered. A few of my friends told me that the mutated Gold Ant gene was quite good as well. Unfortunately, we are already at E-class and can't use it. Let me tell you, this producer is definitely not an ordinary producer. Now is the perfect opportunity for us to extend our friendship to him. Even if he doesn't need it, it would do us good to let him become familiar with our faces. Jun's eyes shinned. You mean, didn't you record your previous usage of that gene? Yun Zongshan grinned. Get someone to edit it and upload the video online. Alright. Jun was excited. At the same time, in the Wang family, Wang Chun's face was brimming with a smile. Just a short while ago, those seniors of his family had started using him as a bad example for their lessons once again. He immediately rebuked them and made known the fact that he had broken through. As he looked at the dumbstruck expression on those seniors that were always exceedingly proud, he felt immensely comfortable. This feels too good. As far as he was concerned, his only obstacle was breaking through the limit. As long as he broke through his limit, his combat power would be exponentially increased. Within the same class, he was undefeated. To be honest, if not for him choosing a peculiar gene and treading a peculiar path, could those bastards have been so unbridled before him? His wristband vibrated. Wang Chun turned his screen on. Brother. A youngster with a bitter expression on his face appeared. What's the matter? There's still no mutated Gold Ant gene and the strongest gene? Wang Chun asked curiously. The youngster sobbed. The strongest gene has been banned. What? Wang Chun's heart was shaken. After his breakthrough, he had recommended the gene to his close friends. One of them had managed to break through and enter E-class. With that, everyone in their circle of friends was excited. Unfortunately, Chen Feng only put out some mutated Thunder Snake gene for sale after that, leaving them waiting. None of them expected the shop to be banned. Wang Chun was feeling doubtful. Who did it? Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. The youth was gloomy. Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. Wang Chun pondered for a bit. I got it. If you really need the mutated Gold Ant gene, you can entrust him to produce it for you. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. It's not like you lack money anyway. Oh, true. The youth was excited. I will go and entrust it immediately. Gene entrustment. It was something only a high-level gene producer would receive. With that, they were able to charge a high price to custom make a requested gene. Due to the high price, it was something commonly neglected. However, that mutated Gold Ant gene was definitely something qualified to be entrusted. After ending the call, Wang Chun sank into contemplation. Master. A gentle sound drifted to him from behind. A loving expression appeared on Wang Chun's face. As he turned around, he saw an exceptionally beautiful young lady looking at him with a smile on her face. That young lady's appearance was akin to a person out of a comic book, possessing unprecedented beauty and allure. "What are you thinking about?" the young lady asked gently. Wang Chun smiled. "Thinking about Chen Feng." "Chen Feng?" The young lady's eyes shinned. "My benefactor?" Wang Chun laughed. "Now that you are putting it that way, indeed he is." Chen Feng, no matter what, at his darkest moment, Chen Feng had helped him in taking this difficult step forward. As such, this little help that was within his capabilities, he would definitely give to Chen Feng. The internet was currently filled with discussion. Now, Chen Feng was truly someone hated by everyone, detested by everyone, like a rat running across the street. At this moment, a video was being quietly uploaded onto the learning forum. The title of the video was, "Strongest F-Class Gene." "It's that Chen Feng again." A lot of people started watching the video curiously. However, when they started the video, they found something totally different. In the video was a warrior that had activated a certain gene reagent during his moment of crisis. What followed was a terrifying white radiance descending from the sky. Although nobody could get a clear look at it, they could still feel the terrifying might of that reagent. A heavily injured D-class warrior was killed by that attack. The wreckage left by the reagent confirmed its might. Damn. Too fierce. This power. What reagent is this? I don't know. I can't get a clear look. Too scary. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. This is what a strongest gene truly is. No words could be as convincing as an actual video. The demonstration of a strongest gene reagent had caused a sensation among the public. Different from what happened to Chen Feng, this video had gained a large amount of praise. Take a clear look. This is a true strongest gene. Yeah, that strongest gene shop should really learn from this guy. Look at this. He has the guts to put an extremely expensive price with only a trashy Thunder Snake gene and a trashy Gold Ant gene on his hands. Totally contrary to this guy, who actually possessed a genuine strongest gene yet remains obscure and unknown. Everyone started berating Chen Feng again. Everyone was too busy berating Chen Feng to the point that none noticed that the lightning that appeared when the unknown gene in the video was activated had actually assumed an appearance that was either a snake or a dragon. At the same time, another thread rose in popularity. The appearance of a legendary gene. This is a true F-class strongest gene. What could that gene of yours be considered as? The aggressive title had quickly attracted a lot of attention. What was interesting was that, since Chen Feng became the founder of clickbait titles, the titles of the threads in the learning forum started increasing in length, dazzling the eyes of the visitors. What legendary gene? So boastful? Everyone entered the thread curiously. Within the thread was another video. Although the video was partly censored, one could still clearly see that it was an F-class warrior with only 100 attribute points. That guy proceeded to consume a bottle of gene reagent. Bang! His aura changed. He had directly broken through his limit. After scanning his attributes, his new attributes were released. His attribute had astonishingly reached 101 points. He broke through. Is this for real? This is too vicious, right? Such a gene exists. I agree with the thread title. This is the real strongest gene. What is that exploding gene compared with this gene? They each have their own uses, right? The learning forum exploded with discussions once again. The strongest gene. Both these genes possessed the potential to be crowned as the strongest gene. Which would be the strongest gene? Everyone started arguing about it. However, no matter what, one thing they all agreed with was that those trash genes at Chen Feng's shop were not qualified to be called the strongest gene. He deserved getting his shop banned. These were the real strongest genes. What was interesting was that, after the appearance of these two genes, a lot of people started showing off some rare genes, competing for the crown of the strongest gene. All sorts of formidable F-class genes appeared, stunning everyone present. However, no matter what genes appeared, the exploding gene and limit-surpassing gene were the genes with the highest popularity. Someone started a chart to rank the strongest F-class genes, and both those genes ended up dominating the first and second rank of the chart. Furthermore, both genes were constantly fighting over the first rank. Both those genes became a trending topic. Furthermore, the fans for both genes were grouped together and started attacking the fans of the other gene. Things were getting explosive. As for Chen Feng, no one remembered him. In the top floor of a hotel in Gold City, a person that Chen Feng never expected to appear was here. That person was Tao Lejun, who was currently talking cheerfully to a middle-aged person. Have you seen the discussions on the strongest gene shop at the learning forum? The middle-aged person smiled. Yes, I saw it. Tao Lejun laughed. Seems like our little friend Chen Feng is still somewhat capable. He should have reached the Gene Production Association by now, right? The middle-aged man shrugged. You need to be careful. After the association released their evaluation, this matter should end here. There's no worries. Tao Lejun was calm. I still have some connections in the association. It's impossible to fake it. The middle-aged man shook his head. Jiang Wei will not allow the evaluator to do the evaluation alone. Furthermore, that evaluator is your man. Is there a need to fake it? Tao Lejun smiled. When a youngster gets too spirited, it's a good thing to let someone put some pressure on him. Jun is a petty person. Since he wants to flatter me, he will definitely be prejudiced against Chen Feng. When that happens, will Chen Feng swallow it? When conflicts arise between them, the other evaluators will naturally not give Chen Feng a good evaluation. I have been in the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices for a long time. Even if it's a good product, there is still a limit for its price. Tao Lejun smiled mysteriously. As long as we press the price down, what comes later will naturally be easy to handle. True that. The middle-aged man smiled. Don't fail due to carelessness on this supposedly easy task. Not possible. A trace of contempt flickered in Tao Lejun's eyes. What can a mere student like him do? At the same time, as Tao Lejun said, Chen Feng had silently reached the Gene Production Association. The authority? Was there anyone more authoritative than the Gene Production Association? It has been a while. Jiang Wei smiled. You are now a celebrity. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. I could do without this kind of popularity. Jiang Wei laughed. Haha. I have prepared the evaluation procedures for you. However, those evaluators are all obstinate people. I'm afraid you won't be able to get any preferential treatment. Are you sure that your genes are not problematic? He was still somewhat worried. After all those evaluations floating online. Chen Feng was confident. Trust me. All right. Jiang Wei patted his shoulder. Let's go. The evaluation room was a huge room surrounded by glass radiating with blue light. The radiance brought a tinge of mysteriousness to the room. Within the room were seated 10 gene evaluators. Chen Feng only needed to place his gene reagents on the glass counter in the middle of the room for the virtual evaluation to proceed. Name: Chen Feng. Class: Beginner producer. Verification complete. What is the gene that requires evaluation? Mutated thunder snake gene, Chen Feng said calmly. On the evaluators' seats, the 10 evaluators silently exchanged glances. An evaluator that was somewhat old said, "We are aware of the reason you came here. We are also aware of what is happening online. You might have an amiable relationship with Jiang Wei. However, it is impossible for us to actually issue a fake evaluation for you." The first impression was important. These people seemed to have been somewhat affected by the public opinion online. Oh, Chen Feng looked at Jiang Wei and noticed that his expression was turning unsightly. For this evaluator to question Chen Feng in front of him, wasn't this totally not giving him any face? There is no need to evaluate the thunder snake gene. The data from the gene scan is clear enough. The only changes arising from its mutation are the increase of the spiritual energy consumption by 10 points. Is there any need for evaluation? I personally find it illogical for Jiang Wei to insist on applying for this evaluation for you alone. That evaluator continued, this preferential treatment is only given by Gene Production Association to certain members that the association focuses closely on. I do not believe that you are qualified for this preferential treatment. And who might this person be? Chen Feng asked curiously. Jun, an old evaluator of the Gene Production Association. Jiang Wei said indifferently. A person of virtue and prestige who has been an evaluator in the Gene Production Association for 30 years. Jun lifted his head proudly. He was the most experienced evaluator at the Gene Production Association of Gold City. He was also the most senior evaluator there. No wonder. Chen Feng could feel the contempt from Jiang Wei's tone of voice. Even after 30 years, he's still stuck here. Jun's expression changed greatly. What did you say? Whether any focus was placed on me by the association, does that have anything to do with you? What qualifications do you have to evaluate me as a person? A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. After the increase in his strength, his worldview had changed as well. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be bothered with someone like this guy. However, that didn't mean that anyone could simply step on him, especially not an F-class evaluator. This was the Gene Production Association. The reason Chen Feng came was for certification and increasing his reputation. If even a random evaluator could treat him with contempt, In the future, everyone would know that this person could be easily bullied. Every random person here would dare to step on him. This was the reality of things. Furthermore, he had not offended anyone here. Would this old fart Jun act against him for no apparent reason? Or was there someone else behind him? Hence, Chen Feng would definitely not step back from this. Jun was ashen-faced. Just do your job properly, Chen Feng said indifferently. Since you are an evaluator, then just evaluate the gene reagent. You are not qualified to get involved in other matters. Good. Very good. Jun had an ugly expression on his face. He did not expect that a mere beginner producer would dare to talk to him like this. Since there were so many evaluators here, he would definitely not act recklessly. However, there was a range of scores for the evaluation data. Since Chen Feng was so unbridled, he would definitely give this guy the lowest range on the scores. I will let you know how stupid a choice it is for you to offend an evaluator. Jun grinned. As for Jiang Wei, Jun wasn't bothered about him at all. Jiang Wei might be higher ranked than him, but he was not Jun's direct superior. He did not plan to cheat or violate any rules. He only planned to give the lowest range of scores as allowed by the rules. Who could do anything to him this way? Let's begin. Jun coldly glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng took out his mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent and gently placed it on the evaluation counter. The transparent glasses covered the mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent. Around it, circles of azure-colored light started radiating. Rays of light started flickering around the evaluators. Jun grinned. I suggest that you all do it together, Chen Feng suddenly said. Evaluators were also differentiated by their classes. These few evaluators in front of him were merely F-class evaluators. Their personal strength was quite low. If they were to forcefully evaluate the mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent, Chen Feng was afraid that something ill might befall them. There's no need. Jun sneered. What you said was correct. We should all do our job. Now, I am doing my job. This is not something you can get involved in, right? Chen Feng laughed. As you wish. Jun snorted. HMPH. To return Chen Feng's own words back to him, he felt very satisfied. As for this mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent, he wasn't the least bit bothered by it. He had been an F-class evaluator for 30 years. There was no gene that he had never seen before. He had even encountered 5-star genes previously. Hence, he did not fear this gene at all. Radiance swirled before his eyes as Jun entered the evaluation mode. The so-called gene evaluation was, in actuality, the act of simulating the evaluation with a simulated gene reagent. Under the circumstances where the gene reagent was not actually activated, they would try out the functions of the simulated gene. As the whole process would be done in the evaluation room, the process would be monitored and the evaluation results would be detailed and accurate. Begin. Jun used his ability to simulate the mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent. An image appeared on all the screens in the evaluation room. Within the image, the mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent was hovering midair. This was what Jun simulated, a reagent that was completely identical to a real mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent. Next, he would start simulating the usage of this reagent. Bang! He triggered the explosion of the gene right away. The gene reagent changed into a ray of light before disappearing. It's just this. Jun looked at the statistical data that did not have the slightest reaction against that and said, this kind of trash. Bang! An immense snake-shaped lighting descended from the sky. Jun's originally stable spiritual world collapsed immediately as a terrifying power started shaking within it. Bang! The image on the screen shattered. Jun vomited a mouthful of blood and was flung backward as his face paled. The alarm in the evaluation room started flickering crazily. Red lights flickered. What happened? Everyone's heart jolted violently. Senior. Everyone's expression changed greatly and they hastily held him up. The red light was still flickering. In a split second, all of Jun's evaluation tools had reached their limit. How is this possible? Looking at the mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent on the evaluation stage, Jun muttered, the power of this thing. This is not a Thunder Snake gene reagent. It's only natural for it to be a Thunder Snake gene reagent. Chen Feng smiled calmly. This is a mutated gene. Are you really so stupid to believe that when the spiritual energy consumption rate increases, the power of the reagent would not change? Jun collapsed emotionally. But the same words, huge amount of destruction, were clearly written on the gene's description. Chen Feng smiled faintly. A score of 60 marks and 100 marks were both considered as passes in an examination. However, do you think that both those scores are the same? Jun was ashen-faced, unable to say anything. Continue? Beside him, Jiang Wei smiled. Or get someone else to do it instead. In this moment, Jun understood that this mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent was not ordinary at all. He had evaluated 5-star Special 1-use reagents before and he was able to endure power. However, this 4-star mutated reagent was actually able to directly destroy his spiritual world. This thing here was extremely powerful. This was a historic moment. This was a new mutated gene. He wanted to continue evaluating it even if he needed to apologize to Chen Feng. However, since his spiritual world had collapsed, he would not be able to perform any evaluations for at least 3 days. Why had he not taken Chen Feng's advice? He was feeling regretful. Jiang Wei sneered and looked at another evaluator. Little Lu, you do it. All right. The others evaluators were all excited. This was the initial evaluation of a powerful mutated 4-star reagent. Once its value was ascertained, anyone who studied this reagent in the future would be able to see this evaluation report. Their names would all be listed on the report. The 9 of them worked together to create an evaluation world. As for Jun, nobody could be bothered about him at this moment. Whoosh! Carefully, they simulated the mutated gene reagent as its simulation appeared and exploded in midair and its terrifying power engulfed the spiritual world. A spiritual world constructed by the few of them was obviously much stronger than a spiritual world constructed by a single person. Hence, the spiritual world was able to stabilize with great difficulty. And all sorts of evaluation equipment started crazily recording all the relevant information. Spiritual statistics, explosiveness statistics, attack power, reactivity, etc. All sorts of information. Finally, the 9 excited evaluators concluded their evaluation on this mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent. Gene name, Thunder Snake gene, unknown. Gene type, mutated. Spiritual energy consumption, 20 points. Genetic ability, equivalent to the strongest attack of a PK class warrior. Evaluated price, 1 million yuan. 1 million. When the final result was released, even Jiang Wei was shocked. He originally thought that the 1 million price set by Chen Feng was something he randomly came up with. Never had he guessed that its true value was actually 1 million. However, as he recalled the terrifying power displayed earlier, he understood an item of this level definitely worth this amount. Chen Feng smiled as he looked at the few evaluators. Shall we proceed? Yes. 9 heads nodded frantically, like someone pounding garlic in a mortar. Who were they kidding? How could they miss such an opportunity? In the future, they would be known as the evaluators responsible for the evaluation of this mutated Thunder Snake gene reagent. As someone in their profession, they had seen the birth of a lot of new genes. However, most of them were trash genes. A gene at the level of Chen Feng's was something incredibly rare. Even the mutated Thunder Snake gene was so incredible. What about the next gene? Their hearts trembled at the mere thought. How could things be like this? Jun felt like his body was ice cold. What a good opportunity this was. Why had he let go of it just like that? He was the group leader for the current evaluation. He could still lead them. However, why had everyone excluded him and continued on with the evaluation? How hateful. If it wasn't for Bureau Chief Tao, as he recalled the tiny sum of money he had received, he felt that he had made a big loss instead. However, regardless of how regretful he was, he could only swallow it down. Currently, Chen Feng had placed his mutated gold ant gene on the evaluation counter. Different from the Thunder Snake gene, this was a very ordinary gene without anything special. This gene, Jun exhaled in relief. If it was some other new mutated genes, he would have felt immensely remorseful. However, since it was this trash gene, he was somewhat relieved. He had studied this gene before. There was really nothing special about it. Only able to increase 1 point of an attribute, it wasn't particularly useful. Ready up. The 9 evaluators prepared. As they looked at the description of the mutated gold ant gene, they frowned. If it was only 1 point, the gene could only be a discarded gene. However, they weren't particularly disappointed. That single mutated Thunder Snake gene was enough to satisfy them. This gene. Abruptly, one of the evaluators opened his eyes wide. Increase 1 point. The few of them suddenly realized something. After all, They were different than the idiotic herds online. They were true specialists. They had heard of what had happened online. However, producers like them had no time to visit that strongest gene shop. What they heard was a version of story that had been changed countless times after going through countless pairs of mouths. After they heard of it, they only smiled in contempt. It was currently the first time they had seen the gene with their own eyes. The first time they had seen the true mutated gold ant gene. Could it be? The few of them exchanged glances, all of them speechless. Whoosh. The whole evaluation room was suddenly enveloped in silence. After 5 seconds, the silence was broken. Limit breakthrough. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Even Jiang Wei couldn't control himself and stood up, saying, "Damn. Is this for real? If this was true, begin right away." Jiang Wei couldn't wait. The 9 evaluators started hastily. The evaluation of the mutated gold ant gene was a safe process. They simulated a person at the peak of F-class and simulated the consumption of the gene reagent. Subsequently, that simulated person broke through the limit mode. Evaluation successful. It was really true. All of them were excited. Limit breakthrough. What was the significance of this? Since it was something only used for F-class breakthrough, its price wouldn't be excessively high. However, the true value and significance this gene represented was absolutely way above the mutated thunder snake gene. Soon, the 9 excited evaluators concluded their verdict. Gene name, gold ant gene, unknown. Gene type, mutated. Genetic ability, increase 1 point of spirit attribute. Evaluated price, above 1 million yuan. It was not a simple 1 million, instead it was an evaluated price of above 1 million yuan. In other words, the Gene Production Association had acknowledged that this gene was much more valuable than the mutated thunder snake gene. How could this be? June slumped powerlessly onto the ground. 2 powerful mutated gene reagents. 2 mutated gene reagents destined to be known by all. Now, the 9 evaluators' names would be etched forever into the evaluation report in the gene bank. The 9 of them would be well known through this, obtaining a better treatment from the association as a result. Except for him. I can't accept this, June mumbled. Hee. Jiang Wei glanced at him with disdain. He was not willing to be bothered with June. This June was merely someone that was somewhat old. As for his status, what could this June be considered as? Regardless of how old you were, an evaluator was still an evaluator. After all, seemed like he could finally deal with this guy now. Congratulations. Jiang Wei shook Chen Feng's hands. He originally thought that even if Chen Feng were to become famous, it would take a long time for that to happen. He did not expect Chen Feng to go on and end up creating 2 continuous mystical mutated genes when he was just a mere rookie. This accomplishment of his far exceeded that of Professor Tao. Name it Supreme. Both of them shall be known as Supreme. Chen Feng smiled. Supreme. It represents the pinnacle. The genes produced by me, regardless of whether they are weak or strong, they would be the most formidable among the same type of genes. Good, Jiang Wei praised. Ding. Chen Feng's personal information was once again updated. The column that originally only had discovered lumber bear gene, battle written on it had 2 additions, thunder snake gene, supreme and gold ant gene, supreme. Supposedly, you should be rewarded for the discovery of these 2 new genes. However, due to the great significance represented by these 2 genes of yours, and also due to it being a contribution that had never happened in our Gold City's Gene Production Association, I decided to give you a nice surprise on behalf of the Gene Production Association, Jiang Wei said suddenly. Oh, Chen Feng did not know what to say. Jiang Wei smiled mysteriously. You will find out soon. Chen Feng was undisturbed. I shall be looking forward to it. Leaving the association, Chen Feng had accomplished what he came to do. With this evaluation report, he could clear his name any time he wanted. However, how he would go about it would totally depend on his mood. There was also that bureau chief Tao. Let me see how long you can continue banning my shop. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. As he returned to his room, Chen Feng entered the virtual community. He blanked when he saw the entrustments pending at his shop. 1 set of mutated gold ant gene request by Zhaolong. Offered price 1 million. Do you accept? 2 set of mutated gold ant gene request by Zhaolong. Offered price 1.5 million. Do you accept? 3 set of mutated gold ant gene request by Zhaolong. Offered price 2 million. Do you accept? Apart from this, Zhaolong also left a message behind. Boss, I really only have 2 million on me. Please produce a set of mutated gold ant gene for me. I have been stuck at this level for a long time, seeking a breakthrough. This. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. Naturally, these were only the messages left by a single person. There were entrustments from at least 5 or 6 other individuals to produce mutated gold ant genes. Apart from this, there were also some who requested for production of mutated thunder snake gene and had similarly increased the price up to 1.2 million. Currently, the condemnations on Chen Feng were still progressing wildly online. In only 1 day's time, it was known to almost everyone. It was as if condemning Chen Feng was a way for someone to stay trendy. Around his shop, there were crowds of people spectating, earning the shops in the vicinity quite a sum from the traffic. This senior is truly my lucky star. Win Junta sighed endlessly. Previously, this Chen Feng guy had gloriously rushed into the top 30 rankings. Subsequently, he gloriously rushed into the top 10, pushing Win Junta out of his original rank forcefully. This caused him to be endlessly depressed. However, outside of his expectations, Chen Feng was banned afterward. The other shops such as his shop that were around Chen Feng's shop had instead gained a larger profit from the traffic. In this world, the future was truly unpredictable. True. King Kong agreed with his sentiment. Due to Chen Feng, the sales volume of his shop had increased greatly as well. Furthermore, there were also signs of his shop getting into the top 30. This caused him to be filled with fighting spirit. Do you think he will return? Win Junta asked suddenly. I doubt it. King Kong gave it some thought. Things are already at this stage. True. He has aroused the anger of everyone. Win Junta smiled. However, just at this moment, they saw a disturbance break out in front of the strongest gene shop. One after another, sounds of people crying out in alarm could be heard, attracting the attention of countless people. Win Junta's heart leapt. What happened? Is Chen Feng here? King Kong guessed. Both of them hastily made their way over. However, they only took a glimpse before they were both stunned. That's right. Everyone was stunned. That was because the strongest gene shop had released the entrustments it had recently received. No one had expected a mere shop like the strongest gene would actually have so many people requesting Chen Feng produce genes for them. Gene entrustment? This was something that normally only happened to grandmasters. There are actually so many people requesting for Chen Feng to produce genes for them. Is this for real? Maybe these are the people Chen Feng hired to create publicity? Is that possible? Gene entrustment requires one to first place their money at the virtual community before issuing the entrustment. Look at the amount involved here. Do you have any idea how big of a sum this money is? Let me make some calculations. 10 million, 20 million, hiss. That person calculated and inhaled a mouthful of cold breath immediately. The total amount of entrustments Chen Feng received had exceeded 20 million. A frightening figure that far exceeded Chen Feng's current sales volume. If Chen Feng really had such an amount of money to be used for publicity, was there any need for him to participate in this event? Obviously, the answer was number. If that was the case, then there was a possibility that Chen Feng's sales volume was genuine. Everyone shivered. What on earth is happening? Everyone was alarmed. Condemn? How were they supposed to condemn that? If the reagents produced by Chen Feng were really worthless, would people really purchase it? It couldn't be that those rich people were too rich and had no idea where to spend their money, so they end up looking for Chen Feng, right? Everyone quieted down. They knew that something major had happened. Soon, this news was spread to the learning forum as well. The whole learning forum exploded. Chen Feng had been keeping a low profile for so long, but once he made his move, he stirred everything up. Something major is going to happen. I smell something fishy here. This time, a large majority of the people instead chose to become spectators as the event unfolded. At the same time, the hottest thread containing the video of the strongest gene had finally, under countless requests, released the name of the strongest F-class gene in the video, mutated thunder snake gene, originating from the strongest gene shop. Bang! The whole learning forum was in an uproar. Mutated thunder snake gene. The strongest gene that was incomparably awesome yet possessing a terrifying might was actually the mutated thunder snake gene sold by Chen Feng. Is this real? How can this be bogus? It came from that guy's own mouth. No wonder it was sold for 1 million yuan. This price was definitely more than worth the value of that gene. Yeah, I saw the entrustment list released by Chen Feng earlier. There were indeed several people requesting for Chen Feng to produce this gene with a high price. Wait, if this is the mutated thunder snake gene, then the other gene. Some of the people suddenly thought of something else. At the same time, the top-ranked strongest F-class gene had similarly released the name of the gene, mutated gold ant gene, originating from the strongest gene shop. Bang! The whole learning forum was in an uproar. This time, the reveal was truly explosive. So not only the mutated thunder snake gene, even the mutated gold ant gene was produced by Chen Feng. Both genes crowned as the strongest gene reagents were produced by Chen Feng. At this time, countless people felt like they'd had their faces slapped. The strongest genes they had used to step on Chen Feng for so long ended up being something originating from his very own shop. This was truly... Wait. If it was the strongest gene, why would the shop be banned? Yeah? If there are no issues, why would the shop be banned? A lot of people realized this question as well. Even Cool Breeze Daily said that this was Chen Feng's self-marketing. A lot of people were still feeling doubtful. At this moment, a familiar thread appeared on the forum. The heart of anyone who saw it leapt. That familiar ID, that familiar tone, and that familiar thread title. Shocking. The chief of Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices colluded with Cool Breeze Daily and did these things to an elderly man over 70 years of age. Damn. This title. These clickbait titles are truly hateful. I really don't want to tap it. However, I can't control my hands. What did they do? Wretched title. Don't enter the thread and continue encouraging such hateful titles. Countless people started condemning. However, despite how everyone was saying they wouldn't enter the thread, their actions were truly honest. Instinctively, they entered the thread and saw a shocking inside story. Professor Tao, the main character in the Lumber Bear Gene incident. Professor Tao was the person who lost his standing after being exposed by Chen Feng. As for the chief of Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices, he was the son of Professor Tao. With this, everything became apparent. Chen Feng had released the latest evaluation on his genes. Gold ant gene, supreme, Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices is evaluated price, 10,000 yuan, Gene Production Association's evaluated price, 1 million yuan and above. Thunder snake gene, supreme, Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices is evaluated price, 50,000 yuan, Gene Production Association's evaluated price, 1 million yuan. With this comparison, was there any need for him to say anything else? In his thread, Chen Feng started his bombardment on Cool Breeze Daily and Bureau Chief Tao. At the end of his thread, he even released another set of information, the true owner of the Lumber Bear Gene Guide and a comparison between Professor Tao's Lumber Bear Gene Guide and the guide released by Mu Yuan's grandfather. Professor Tao was once again a hot topic. Damn. Even the Lumber Bear Gene Guide was not something produced by Professor Tao. Damn it. Even when he stole Chen Feng's research result, I was defending him. No one can avoid making mistakes in their life after all. Who knew that? A lot of people were enraged, especially those fans that had insisted on defending Professor Tao. So all this was not Professor Tao's results. Damn. I was blind. This father and son duo are both good-for-nothings. The whole internet was filled with curses. Their anger from being played around by the father and son duo and their anger from getting face-slapped by Chen Feng was all unleashed on the Tao father and son duo. At this moment, the public outrage was completely unleashed onto the involved parties. The Tao father and son duo were flooded by endless waves of discussions online, while the number of subscribers of Cool Breeze Daily declined at an inconceivable speed. It's nearly there, right? Chen Feng watched coldly as everything unfolded. The appearances of the two videos was somewhat surprising for him. However, it had also served as stronger proof for his case. Together with the release of the entrustment list, the thread he posted, and the release of the Gene Production Association's evaluation results, the truth was revealed. What will you do next? Chen Feng's eyes were ice cold. He refused to believe that Bureau Chief Tao would just sit and wait for death like that. If that was the case, assassination? Chen Feng sneered. He had thoroughly prepared himself. Luck value, mutated thunder snake genes, and monitoring his vicinity. He had completed his preparations. Even if all that was not sufficient, he could still contact Wang Yao. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of person could Bureau Chief Tao send toward him. Currently, within a certain attic, Tao Lejun was looking at the expose taking place online with an unprecedentedly calm expression on his face. After a long time, He shook his head. I miscalculated. Little June. Professor Tao had a bitter expression on his face. He did not expect the whole incident would progress to such an extent. If it involved only him, then so be it. However, if it implicated his son, their Tao family would be truly finished. No worries. Tao Lejun smiled. If I couldn't even deal with something like this, I would have lived all these years for nothing. Ah? Professor Tao was bewildered. The whole incident had reached this point. What else could they do? Just you see. Tao Lejun smiled indifferently. In the beginning, I had been neglectful. I treated Chen Feng as a bug that couldn't accomplish much and ended up getting checkmated by him instead. This kid is truly not simple. But, it's about time for this to end. Tao Lejun coldly stared off into the distance. Since I now truly treat him as an opponent, I won't give him any chance to counterattack. It seems like it's time I start using certain resources that I originally wasn't willing to use. Pa! Tao Lejun clapped. A fluttering bug was smashed to death on the wall. Look at it. Regardless of how fast it flies, a bug is still a bug. Tao Lejun patted his father's shoulder. Your son has been a bureau chief for 20 years. Am I someone who can be shaken by a mere producer like him? His methods are quite good. However, he's too naive. Just wait and see. He won't be able to do much. Tao Lejun smiled coldly. Who was he? He was Tao Lejun, the chief of the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. Although he didn't possess much influence in real life, now that he was personally here at Gold City, who would dare to not give him some face? This was reality. Chen Feng, a mere clown. It's about time to start, right? Tao Lejun mumbled. Currently, at the Learning Forum, 30 minutes had passed since the exposure of the incident. The scope of the public outrage was no longer small. However, at this very moment, all the threads posted by Chen Feng were deleted from the Learning Forum. Once again, they evaporated into thin air. The scamming father and son duo, Tao family unmasked. Dogs of Cool Breeze, spreader of rumors, come out and battle me for an extra 300 rounds. All threads attacking Tao Lejun, Professor Tao, and Cool Breeze Daily were submerged by a large amount of new threads. Disappeared. Everything had disappeared. My thread disappeared. Mine too. What happened? Some people were feeling doubtful. However, they could no longer post anything. Every account that had posted something similar had been temporarily banned. At a glance, everything appeared calm at the Learning Forum. They dared to delete the threads. A lot of people were seething with rage and planned to start causing trouble. However, right at this moment, the extramarital affair of a celebrity producer was suddenly exposed, shocking the whole internet. The Learning Forum was instantly flooded by news about this. All the media outlets, the Learning Forum, and the public were paying close attention to this incident. Chen Feng. Who was that? Chen Feng had vanished without trace from the whole Learning Forum. When Chen Feng noticed this, he was stupefied. He did not expect that after their experience with the Professor Tao incident, they would still dare to do this even when the current incident had been exposed for over 30 minutes. The same thing was happening all over again. However, different from what Professor Tao had done previously, when Bureau Chief Tao made his move, his methods were much crueler and more direct, not leaving any chance for him to strike back at all. All who defended Chen Feng were instantly banned from the Learning Forum. Every single relevant information was flooded by the news regarding the extramarital affair. No signs of Chen Feng were left behind. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. How could there be such a coincidence? He didn't even need to think hard to know that this was something used to cover up his incident. They had decided to use an even larger incident to cover this up. This was a commonly used method to shift the public's attention. Bureau Chief Tao was vicious indeed, not leaving any chance for him to strike back. Such a vicious method. Chen Feng was shocked. He did not expect that those from the Learning Forum would do such a thing. Was it due to the status of Bureau Chief Tao? Or was it because he knew some of their secrets? Chen Feng was not sure. However, there truly was no place he could lodge his complaint now. He had the evaluation report of the Gene Production Association in his hands. However, he wasn't even given the chance to release the report. Maybe I should try the other newspapers? Chen Feng tried contacting some newspapers. However, everyone ignored him. There were some who went as far as to end the call directly after finding out whom he was. Even the main competitors of Cool Breeze Daily were unwilling to be involved in current incident. The reason for that was unknown. Is this another masterpiece of Bureau Chief Tao? Chen Feng sneered. This was indeed somewhat exceeding his expectations. He thought that Bureau Chief Tao would perform assassination like he had in the past. He did not expect the guy who had tried to assassinate him several times would choose to instead abuse his power to suppress Chen Feng. What a person, this Bureau Chief Tao. Are you truly able to suppress the public outrage? Chen Feng entered the virtual community. However, the released entrustments to his shop had disappeared. Now, even the entrustments to the strongest gene shop had disappeared without a trace. On his account was only a simple piece of information. The entrustment function of your shop, the strongest gene, has been temporarily cancelled due to a violation of rules. Chen Feng was speechless. It has been cancelled, he mumbled. He did not find this surprising. He had seen this coming the moment his thread was deleted and the public's attention was shifted. Since Bureau Chief Tao had taken care of everything, how would he forget about the strongest gene shop? This was Tao Lejun's counterattack. In a certain high-rise building, Professor Tao was watching the developments online with excitement. He had never imagined that his son would be powerful to such an extent, creating clouds and rain with a wave of his hand. Too powerful. Son, you are too impressive. Professor Tao was excited. I owed some people favors because of this. Tao Lejun shook his head. I originally had great use for these favors. It's a pity that I have wasted it here. Hee. Professor Tao smiled embarrassingly. He had nothing now. As such, he no longer dared to look down on this son of his. How about my reputation? Professor Tao asked greedily. Don't worry. Tao Lejun laughed involuntarily. You are my father. How could I forget you? Wait until this matter calms down. I will get someone to clear your name. Professor Tao nodded emotionally. Good. Tao Lejun looked out of the window indifferently. It's truly lonely at the top. Chen Feng brat, now do you know how the real world works? Regardless of how talented you are, as far as I am concerned, you are nothing but a bug. This was the real world. Time flowed. 1 hour, 2 hours. The public was still paying attention to the extramarital affair. As for Chen Feng, who's that? Only a small amount of people were still paying attention to him. Furthermore, these people were those who had been banned from the forum. Even if they knew the truth, they no longer dared to continue shooting their mouth off. There were some who had posted some harsh words trying to complain about this, only to end up having the trust level of their account reduced by the learning forum, with starting rumors as the reason. With this, they stopped saying anything. Who still dared to defend Chen Feng? None. The Chen Feng incident vanished quietly just like that. As for the strongest gene shop, it would probably quietly remain banned until one day when this spot finally turned into another new shop, while Chen Feng's shop that once existed was completely forgotten. This was the scariest possibility. At the top of a certain high-rise building in Gold City, Tao Lejun was seated together with a middle-aged man. Seems like our little friend is now stuck at an impasse, he said to the middle-aged man seated opposite him, smiling. Watching the struggle of a bug is still quite pleasurable, Tao Lejun said indifferently. I have accomplished something, after all, out of my Gold City trip this time. After some time passes, you can start helping my father recover his reputation. Don't be in too much of a rush, the middle-aged man said. Be careful lest something unexpected happen. Unexpected? How is that possible? Tao Lejun sneered. Is there anyone capable of doing anything against me at a place like this? There were only a few people in Gold City that he did not dare to offend. Those people were all those who had no relations whatsoever with Chen Feng. This was the basis for his confidence. At the same time, within the rented house, Chen Feng was quietly watching on as the situation progressed. The way this whole incident had progressed had far exceeded his expectations. He had still underestimated Bureau Chief Tao. After all, earlier, Mu Yuan had contacted him and made known one thing to him. What he was currently experiencing was exactly the same thing that happened to Mu Yuan's grandfather in the past. Total shutdown. His shop was banned, his bank account was frozen, and he, as a person, was also greatly discredited. Granted, Chen Feng's previous exposure had lasted for half an hour and was noticed by some people. However, a large majority of people were still unaware of the truth. In their eyes, Chen Feng was still the producer with questionable moral standings. This was Tao Lejun's total shutdown, shutting him down to his death. Is there no other way? Chen Feng looked at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan kept quiet. If there were really other methods, how could his grandfather have lived in disgrace for so many years? Although the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices was not really influential in real life, the chief had come to Gold City in person. As long as he exchanged some benefits with those rich and influential officials here, it was simply too easy to shut a beginner producer like Chen Feng down. In the past, that was also what happened to his grandfather. How did your grandfather get the ban lifted previously? Chen Feng abruptly asked, by apologizing and admitting that all those were Professor Tao's research results. Mu Yuan was feeling hateful. This was the greatest disgrace of his grandfather. Those were something that belonged to him, and he was the one in the right. However, due to the harsh reality, things ended up in such a way. How lamentable was that? And now, what his grandfather experienced was repeating with Chen Feng. I'm sorry. Mu Yuan clenched his fist. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't. No worries. Chen Feng smiled. It's nothing major. Ah? Mu Yuan was astonished. You can still smile? This total shutdown from Tao Lejun is very terrifying. At the very least, you won't be able to get anything done for a few years. Or else, do you look down on me that much? Chen Feng stretched lazily and a hint of smile appeared in his eyes. Don't worry. This will end soon? Mu Yuan was totally confused. End soon? How is that possible? However, Chen Feng had ended the call with him. Tao Lejun. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled as he smiled. What a good method. However, has it ever crossed your mind that the effectiveness of your methods might lead to your very death? Is there no other way to solve this? Chen Feng was feeling somewhat regretful. He checked online and found that news about him had been flooded underneath waves of other news. He tried posting new threads to find that he remained blocked. There were no signs that his ID was going to get unblocked either. In the virtual community, his shop remained banned as well. Is there a need for this? Chen Feng sighed. Bureau Chief Tao, you are truly courting death. He really didn't want to use this kind of method. Unfortunately, he turned his wristband screen on. A list of names appeared. Since he did not have many friends, only several names appeared on his contact list on the screen. However, all these were those who he could communicate well with. And one of them was. Chen Feng paused at Wang Yao's name. Wang Yao? Chen Feng whispered. 3 favors from Wang Yao for the Sea Dragon Blood Essence. He had originally thought that he would never use these favors. Never had he expected that only a few days would pass before he needed to use one of the favors. His chosen method was a simpler and crueler method. Kill. Wasn't Bureau Chief Tao someone who enjoyed assassinating others? He sent someone to assassinate Chen Feng twice in the past. Now, Chen Feng only needed to repay him once. Tao Lejun was indeed well connected with the authorities. However, what if he was dead? Would those people still work for him? Naturally not. Regardless of how close they were, those people would not work for a dead person. Furthermore, in order to distance themselves from him, they might even step on him while he was down. The whole incident involving Chen Feng would be settled instantly. As for their suspicions, regardless of how suspicious those people got, they would never end up suspecting Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not originally want to use this method. However, it appeared that Bureau Chief Tao was somewhat suicidal. He is truly courting death. Chen Feng sighed regretfully. As he tapped on the name Wang Yao, Chen Feng prepared to contact her. Suddenly, a silhouette of light appeared before him. A familiar-looking person appeared with a smile on his face. Chen Feng, take a trip over to Gene Production Association. It was actually Jiang Wei. Chen Feng blanked momentarily. Me? Just come. Something good is about to happen, Jiang Wei said mysteriously. Chen Feng's heart leapt. All right. Would that be the association's reward? Since he was only a beginner producer now, it was impossible for the Gene Production Association to help him out with his predicament. Furthermore, this was something that was happening in the virtual community. Hence, there was no place for the Gene Production Association to get involved in this. However, he was truly curious as to what the association's reward would be. The so-called mysterious reward mentioned by Jiang Wei. Chen Feng stared at Wang Yao's name on his contact list and ended up not tapping on it. Let's go over to take a look. It's still not too late to deal with Bureau Chief Tao when I return. Chen Feng pondered. The Gene Production Association was, after all, not an organization with an ordinary status. He might encounter something that could change his current situation over there. Chen Feng arrived at the Gene Production Association as agreed. Jiang Wei was already there waiting with several others. A few of them appeared unordinary and seemed to be in some sort of a discussion. Chen Feng was feeling somewhat doubtful. What are they doing? SHH. Jiang Wei smiled mysteriously. Today, your only job is to smile. Chen Feng pondered thoughtfully. In the distance, those people were in a discussion. When they saw Chen Feng, they walked over to him. You are that Chen Feng? A middle-aged person with a smile on his face looked at Chen Feng as his eyes lightened up. Before Chen Feng could answer, he patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Lad, not bad. Continue working hard. After he finished, he continued forward with the others. Chen Feng. He looked at Jiang Wei, but Jiang Wei only smiled mysteriously and hinted for him to just follow along. Hence, Chen Feng could only follow along in confusion. However, even when all those people left, he had still not seen any mysterious gift. I have given you the reward. Jiang Wei patted his shoulder. Kid, this time you earned big. Ah? Chen Feng was still lost. You will know when you're home. Jiang Wei smiled happily. Whenever they met, Chen Feng was always confident, behaving like he had victory grasped in his hands all along. That was totally uncharacteristic of his identity as a freshly graduated youngster. As such, Jiang Wei was naturally happy to see him in such a bewildered state. This guy. Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he was home, half the day had passed. After the trip he had made, he did not seem to have gained anything. As for the mysterious reward mentioned by Jiang Wei, Chen Feng checked his bank account, thinking that the association had rewarded him with money. However, he found nothing. What is it, exactly? Chen Feng was curious. However, right at this moment, a piece of news released by Gold City Daily attracted Chen Feng's attention. He would not normally pay attention to such news. However, this time, the headline of the news had actually covered him as the front page. And that middle-aged man that was patting his shoulder earlier. Damn. Chen Feng's eyes widened abruptly. This was a daily newspaper, a proper media. The content of the news was quite simple. The vice president of Gene Production Association arrived at the Gold City branch of their association for an all-around inspection, all sort of jobs done, etc. There was only a short sentence in the whole news article pertaining to Chen Feng. The mutated gold ant gene created by young genius Chen Feng was crowned as the strongest F-class gene. Strongest gene? Chen Feng's hand trembled. Although it was merely F-class, this was something said by the vice president himself. He was unsure of whether this sentence was the vice president's exact words or if his original words were somewhat different. However, with this sentence, Chen Feng's position in Gold City became unshakable. At the very least, among all the beginner producers in Gold City, none were capable of surpassing Chen Feng. Gold ant gene? Chen Feng was speechless from shock. The Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices could reject his genes, and those genetic warriors and producers that weren't quite knowledgeable could also reject his genes. However, now, the vice president had personally acknowledged Chen Feng's strongest gene. So this was the mysterious reward mentioned by Jiang Wei. What a heavyweight reward. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. Wait. Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. If even the daily newspaper was speaking out for him, would there be any changes to his discredited reputation online? After checking online, Chen Feng was dumbstruck. Changes? It was not something as simple as some changes. The whole internet had practically erupted. The strongest gene, vice president. If it was a title crowned privately by the public, the news would only spread in a small scale. However, when these very words came out of the mouth of the vice president himself, the whole internet erupted. What kind of gene exactly was this strongest F-class gene crowned by the vice president himself? A lot of people who were unaware of the truth started searching about it. The mutated gold ant gene was exposed. At the same time, the incident involving Chen Feng couldn't be hidden anymore either. Was the authority of Bureau Chief Tao Hai? Yes. Covering the skies with one hand of his, doing whatever he wanted. It truly sounded amazing. However, it was only amazing when compared with a beginner producer like Chen Feng. In front of a true grandmaster or the Gene Production Association, he was nothing. How could he cover this up? The speed in which new threads were created was faster than the speed in which the learning forum was able to delete them. Furthermore, they were able to delete the threads of normal people. However, this time, among those who posted threads to inquire about the truth in the learning forum, There were a large amount of great gene producers who dared to delete their threads. Nobody. Besides that, this time, the daily newspaper had formally talked about this. At this moment, all those traditional media outlets started talking about this as well. Conceal? It couldn't be concealed at all. Chen Feng was trending. The strongest gene shop was trending. The 3 mutated genes were trending once again as well. Chen Feng had actually been banned. The reason being these 2 strongest genes were not worth 1 million. Not only that, I have seen the evaluation released by the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. They only evaluated it at 10,000. How dishonest. They were courting death by doing this. Everyone was shocked. This Chen Feng was someone who had created 3 mutated formulas yet had actually gotten himself banned. This world. Some people found this inconceivable. 1 mutated formula might be a coincidence. 2 mutated formulas might be due to luck. How about 3? It was sufficient to demonstrate Chen Feng's talent. In other words, Chen Feng possessed extraordinary talent in this aspect. However, even with this, those people still dared to ban him this way? Truly inconceivable. The Learning Forum seems to have deleted a lot of threads. Complain. The Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices is still banning the strongest gene shop. Complain. Cool Breeze Daily was also involved in discrediting Chen Feng. Report them. The whole internet erupted. Seas of complaints and reports flooded the Learning Forum, Virtual Community, and Cool Breeze Daily. Within were also reports filed by influential persons from all walks of life, using their real names. This sensationalized the whole internet. Everyone was aware that, regardless of who was pulling the strings, these people were truly finished. When the manager of the Learning Forum found out about this, he was bursting with rage. This had always been the place where elite scholars and people with all sorts of authority engaged in intellectual discussions. The forum moderators only had the authority to delete the threads of beginner members, increasing the credit, etc. They had no authority to delete anything written by some advanced members. Every deletion of something posted by an advanced member would need to be audited. However, even with this, such a scandal still happened. The moderators had actually colluded with some people to delete the thread posted by the beginner account of Chen Feng and banned a large amount of beginner members. Who gave you all the guts to do this? The manager was furious. On that day itself, he directly sent someone to take all those moderators to the prison. He was clear that, since incident had happened, a satisfactory answer needed to be given to their members. A satisfactory answer to Chen Feng as well. Expelling those moderators? It was insufficient to calm the anger of the masses. Only by sending all those people to prison would he calm the masses down. Only with this could the Learning Forum preserve their prestige. There was also another reason for this. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. It was about time the circle of moderators experienced some changes. The manager smiled coldly. Soon, the deleted threads were reinstated. Chen Feng's thread appeared once again, triggering hot discussions about it. The Tao father and son duo instantly became a rat hated by everyone. Only now did everyone realize what was truly hidden behind the extramarital affair earlier. With this, the truth had been truly exposed. As compensation, Chen Feng's beginner account was given an exception and changed into an advanced member of the Learning Forum. This was a treatment that was normally only given to advanced producers. There were really no other options. This was not the first time something happened to Chen Feng. In the manager's eyes, Chen Feng was akin to a bomb. Only a tiny effort was required in order to cause an explosion. He was also afraid that something similar would happen again. At the same time, after the exposure of Chen Feng's incident gained the attention of the high-level management of the virtual community, Old Ding from the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices was also sent to prison. Decisive punishment. There were things that could be neglected if they weren't exposed. However, after exposure, it was akin to playing with fire. What was the status of the Learning Forum and the virtual community? Everyone was clear on this. There were the tycoons of their respective industry. Their leaders would not be pulling tricks for such trifle matters. What their users wanted was a certain attitude from them, a fair environment. Hence, for Chen Feng and also for themselves, both sides decided to handle this matter decisively and give a certain level of compensation to Chen Feng. Only after this the public outrage started disappearing. As for Cool Breeze Daily, villains colluding together. The crime of Cool Breeze Daily? Where is the trustworthiness of the media? Is Cool Breeze really a cool breeze? All sorts of news articles emerged. Although they had provided explanations, issued their apology, and sent the relevant reporters to prison, their credibility was still declining rapidly. Everyone was clear that Cool Breeze Daily was finished. Losing their credibility as a media outlet, they were currently worthless. Even if they were able to survive this incident, they were already nearly destroyed. It was said that, in one single day, their subscription base dropped by 50%. Furthermore, this amount was still increasing rapidly. Even Cool Breeze Daily did not expect everything to change in a single night. Only one day had passed. They had just released their report on the Chen Feng incident yesterday, only to have their face slapped harshly today. An erroneous report had destroyed the whole Cool Breeze Daily. At this moment, when Tao Lijian saw the newspaper headline, when he saw that the picture on the cover was actually the vice president and Chen Feng, he almost fainted from his agitation. The vice president of the magnificent Gene Production Association. How was that possible? Tao Lijian was sweating profusely. He had been paying all his attention on this gold city and had even sent people to monitor the situation. However, he could have never guessed that the Gene Production Association would be the one helping Chen Feng out. Something is going to happen. Tao Lijian's first reaction was to resist. He abandoned all his belongings and prepared to flee immediately. However, just as he reached the door, he found that there were already several people waiting for him there. Bureau Chief Tao, I'm afraid you will have to take a walk with us. Thump. Tao Lijian slumped on the ground. He knew that everything was finished. He had everything planned out. Yet what escaped him was the fact that Chen Feng actually knew the magnificent vice president. If he knew this earlier, Tao Lijian closed his eyes in despair. Naturally, he did not know that Chen Feng did not know the vice president at all. There was also no need for Chen Feng to know the vice president. In this world, there was still justice, after all. Since what the Gene Production Association wanted was vigorous growth, they would not allow a talented producer like Chen Feng to be wasted. If they had not found out about it, then it wouldn't have mattered. However, since Jiang Wei mentioned it, they had to act on this. The two mutated formulas with high star ratings were the brand representing Chen Feng. Within his rented house in Gold City, Chen Feng was watching the spectacular drama unfolding online. Jiang Wei's picture appeared on his screen. Are you satisfied with the mysterious reward? Many thanks. Chen Feng couldn't thank him enough. It's fine. Jiang Wei smiled as he said, coincidentally, the vice president was here to check on us. I merely conveniently mentioned this issue to him. Frankly, this is due to your own contributions, the strongest F-class genes. Without both of those genes, the vice president would probably have ignored me. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. Today is the last day of the month, Jiang Wei suddenly mentioned. If you are still planning to participate in the event, this is a good opportunity for you. Event? Chen Feng was immediately tempted. After ending the call, he entered the virtual community to take a look. The ban on his shop had indeed been lifted. However, different from before, his shop was currently incredibly popular. Countless people were queued up in front of his shop waiting for the shop opening. Chen Feng took a glimpse at the relevant information pertaining to his shop and was immediately shocked. This entrustment. A whole list of entrustments. One set of gold ant gene, supreme request by Zhu. 1. Offered price 2 million. Do you accept? One set of gold ant gene, supreme request by Liu. Offered price 1.5 million. Do you accept? One set of Thunder Snake Gene, supreme request by Wang. Offered price 1.2 million. Do you accept? One set of Gold Ant Gene, supreme request by Feng. Offered price 2.5 million. Do you accept? Everyone was here in order to place their entrustments. The mutated Gold Ant Gene had become famous due to its distinct ability to surpass one's limit, while the mutated Thunder Snake Gene had become famous due to its ability to enable an F-class warrior to unleash power equaling a peak E-class warrior. Insane. Everyone had gone insane. Chen Feng was shocked. There were so many rich people in this world. Naturally, that wasn't the case. A gene capable of surpassing one's limit had never appeared in all of history. As such, some people who had been stuck at F-class due to certain reasons were now going crazy. It wasn't hard for one to break through the limit of F-class. One only needed to put some effort into it, coupled with a little bit of talent, and they would definitely break through this limit after some time. Granted, there were some rich people who chose to buy the mutated Gold Ant Gene in order to save their time. However, in this world, there existed some who truly couldn't break through their limit. The reason for that wasn't due to them having some labor-type genes. Rather, it was due to some accidents, or some particular genes, or some restrictions that had caused them to be forever stuck at the same point. Naturally, the amount of people in such circumstances was very low. There might be only one per several billion people. However, after so many years of accumulation, how many of such people existed in this world? These were the group of people who truly needed this mutated gold ant gene. For example, that particular entrustment worth 3 million. 3 million. Chen Feng's hut was ablaze. Extreme profit. This was truly an extreme profit. Something with a cost of 200,000 being sold at 3 million. The profit rate was 1,500%. Chen Feng was speechless. However, he was clear that this situation was only made possible from an accumulation of demands after so long, coupled with the sudden fame he had obtained. An opportunity like this might only fall on him this one time. I can't miss this opportunity. Chen Feng was excited. To his surprise, when Chen Feng entered the shop, he received a notification that the management of the virtual community had taken appropriate actions against the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. As compensation to Chen Feng, they would activate the auction function for Chen Feng's shop in advance. Auction? Chen Feng's eyes brightened. This was a function that would only be available when a shop reached around level 5 or 6. However, Chen Feng had obtained this function now. The virtual community clearly demonstrated their generosity when they were giving out compensation. Naturally, the special genes sold by Chen Feng played a large part in obtaining this function as well. For normal level 1 shops, regardless of how popular the shop was, they wouldn't be able to do anything with the auction function even if the function was given to them. Who would actually participate in an auction for combat genes worth several tens of thousands? Auction. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Begin. After preparing several sets of materials for mutated gold ant gene production, he got started on it. Since he was now rich, he was not bothered about such an amount of materials. Furthermore, he had quite an amount of luck value saved up during the past 2 days. As such, it was sufficient for Chen Feng to prepare 2 sets of mutated gold ant genes. Soon, he finished his first set, using 20 points of luck value in the process. Let's see how much will this sell for. Chen Feng was excited. Gold ant gene, Supreme, begin sale. Now, with the strongest gene starting its operation and the gold ant gene, Supreme put up for sale by Chen Feng, the crowd queuing up in front of his shop was in an uproar. Auction. Chen Feng was planning to auction this gene off. Those who had been waiting for a long time started going crazy. The gold ant gene, Supreme, that was originally priced at 1 million had its price increased to 3 million. What was shocking was that this price was still increasing. Wang family. Wang Chun was somewhat surprised as he looked at the price that was rising rapidly. Someone is still raising the price. Since he broke through into E-class, the funding he received from the family had been increased somewhat. As such, he could be considered to be somewhat rich now. However, spending 3 million for a gene used to break through F-class, it wasn't worth it. Are those stupid yet rich people? Wang Chun said suddenly. However, shortly, he shook his head. The rich did not make their money out of thin air. There was a reason for the Gene Production Association to evaluate the starting price of gold ant gene, Supreme, as 1 million. Under normal circumstances, this was indeed the optimal price to sell this item. Any more than that, it was not worth it. There's also a possibility that Wang Chun narrowed his eyes. Those people are in similar circumstances to my own. It was indeed not worth it for a normal people to spend 3 million for a breakthrough. However, if those people were those who were stuck due to accidents, such as the previous Wang Chun, not only 3 million, even if it was 5 million, he would still gladly spend it. Things are getting interesting. Wang Chun suddenly smiled. Currently, a person was gnashing his teeth in front of the strongest gene as he looked at the rising price. 3.2 million, 3.5 million, 3.8 million. No matter who raised the price, he would further raise it without any hesitation. In order to break through, he would do anything. Crazy. Damn, it's already at 4.5 million. Everyone was stupefied. No one expected the first mutated gold ant gene to reach this frightening price. What was inconceivable was the fact that the price was still increasing. God. Has everyone in this world gone crazy? This is only for F-class breakthrough. The one who raised the price to 3 million earlier is apparently a young billionaire. Even he has given up. Obviously, even he does not believe that a higher price is worth it. Yeah, but why are there still people who are increasing the price? Nobody understood the reason. And now, as people continued giving up on it, the final price stopped at 5.2 million. The strongest gene, the first gold ant gene, Supreme, was sold at the price of 5.2 million. The virtual community was in an uproar. The learning forum was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. It was fine if this was some high-level combat gene. However, this was only an F-class gene, the strongest gene. This price has set a new history among the F-class genes. Everyone sighed endlessly. However, this was not the end. In the afternoon, Chen Feng put a second mutated gold ant gene up for auction. Once again, the auction began. There's more. Seems like Chen Feng has quite a stockpile. This time, there won't be anyone competing so crazily, right? Everyone guessed. Indeed, with the appearance of the second mutated gene, the people had recovered their composure. Since Chen Feng was able to produce a second set of the same gene, there would definitely be a third or fourth set. If that was the case, those who were not in any rush could totally wait for it, only buying when the price recovered to a normal rate. However, even with this, the second gene was still sold at 3 million. Another extremely high price. This scary. I can't make sense of this world anymore. Even if it's a rich person, there's a better way to break through, right? I remember that some of the rich can simply spend some money to hire some bodyguards to accompany them out on a training trip and be able to easily break through. Only a small amount of money is needed for that, right? Countless people had stupid expression on their face. They couldn't understand why this mutated gold ant gene could reach such a high price. Fortunately, after the second set, the passion of the crowd started dropping. As the night descended, the monthly sales event was coming to an end as well. Currently, Chen Feng was placed at third place, an inconceivable rank. First place, sales volume 18.6 million. Second place, sales volume 18.2 million. Third place, sales volume 18 million. 18 million. A terrifying sales volume. Chen Feng only spent 7 days to reach this level. What was scary was the fact that 8 million of this amount was the amount he only spent half of day to make. This was what alarmed everyone. The name of the strongest gene was not in vain, after all. However, this was about as far as it could go. The shop owner at first place was feeling relieved. In order to compete with the person at second place, they had promoted their products with discounts, wasting a lot of money in the process. Chen Feng's crazy growth had caused them to tremble with fear. Luckily, Chen Feng's final figure had stopped at 18 million and stopped increasing. Footnotes 1. There was the original text in RAW as well. At 11:30 p.m. that night, as the event was about to end, outside of everyone's expectations, another gold ant gene, Supreme, appeared in the strongest gene shop, creating an uproar. It started again. Quick, go buy it. Countless people rushed over to compete for it. I'm finished. The first-ranked shop owner's heart felt ice cold. Although Chen Feng was still currently in third place, he was clear that, regardless of how much this gene sold for, he no longer had any chance of maintaining first place. Not only him, even the shop owner in second place did not expect that the both of them would compete for one whole month only to end up suffering a crushing defeat at Chen Feng's hands. It is indeed infuriating when you compare yourself with others. The shop owner smiled bitterly. Currently, the auction of the mutated gold ant gene had started. Although the traffic had somewhat declined due to the time, it still reached a final price of 2.8 million. Another high price. Done. Chen Feng clenched his fist resolutely. He was aware that these few people were those who were stuck at F-class. Furthermore, these were the rich ones. After this, the price of mutated gold ant gene would naturally return to a normal rate. In order to produce this third gene, Chen Feng had waited for his luck value to recover to 20 points before he hastily produced another gene before the event ended. Luckily, he succeeded. Chen Feng's sales volume reached 20.8 million. Early in the morning, when the sales ranking was released, everyone was shocked. Incomparable. 7 days. Ranked first in sales volume. A daily sales figure of more than 10 million. Among all level 1 shops, even when all the level 2 shops were included, Chen Feng was the undisputed first place. Savage. Worthy of being the strongest gene indeed. Damn. Chen Feng must be making a crazy amount of money. That's not necessarily true, though. The mutated gold ant gene formula must be something that was created after much hardship. In order to produce this, it's hard to imagine how much he invested. True. Everyone agreed with that sentiment. No one knew that, with the assistance of luck value, Chen Feng's rate of failure was precisely 0. This time, he had indeed made a crazy amount of profit. 20.8 million. Both of Chen Feng's eyes were shining. After deducting his costs of around 5 million, he had made a pure profit of 15 million. An extremely terrifying figure. Whoosh. With a wave of his hand, The 1.1 million yuan loan was repaid. There's still 13.9 million left. Chen Feng was moved. He had never gotten his hands on so much money. He was still excited despite being aware that this was the money he earned due to the publicity he gained recently, enduring wave after wave of hardship, and barely surviving Bureau Chief Tao's suppression. To be honest, if someone else instead of Chen Feng was faced with all of this, that person would have been defeated long ago. Extreme risk brought extreme profit. All of this was well deserved. It has been too difficult, Chen Feng lamented. In order to make his first pot of gold, he had put everything on the line. In order to save 20 points of luck value to produce the third mutated gold and gene, he had been waiting around doing nothing for the luck value to recover. He was only able to complete his task in the final 30 minutes. Luckily, it was now over. The final gene had placed him in the first place. I wonder what the rewarded formula will be. Chen Feng was somewhat looking forward to it. At this time, his wristband buzzed as the screen on it flickered. Chen Feng looked at it and found that it was actually an employee of the virtual community inviting him to the virtual lounge. What's the situation? Chen Feng muttered before tapping the confirm button. Whoosh! Light swirled before his eyes and he arrived at the virtual lounge. Hello. The pretty employee before him smiled. I am Little Jia, the supervisor of the event department. Congratulations on placing first in the event. As compensation for the damage done to you previously, we have granted you the right to choose the formula. You can freely choose the rewarded formula from the presently available high-rating formulas. Whoosh! Chen Feng's eyes brightened. Compensation? Freely choose? The virtual community was indeed generous. A row of gene reagents appeared before his eyes. Chen Feng took a look and was astonished to find that in addition to 4 and 5-star F-class formulas, there were also a lot of 4-star E-class formulas. This is the maximum sincerity we are able to show to you. A hint of apology could be seen on Little Jia's face. Chen Feng did not hold himself back. He started looking over the formulas one by one before finally stopping at a 4-star E-class gene reagent. The reason being that it was actually a gene fusion reagent, a rare 4-star fusion gene reagent. Illusionary snake gene formula. Difficulty level, 4 stars. Type, fusion reagent. Function, obtaining the illusionary snake gene, gaining the myriad illusions ability. Restriction, E-class. Introductions, a gene fusion reagent produced after using the illusionary snake blood essence as the core and one's blood as the supporting material to refine the gene, using all sorts of precious materials as the supporting materials. Illusionary snake, myriad illusions. Chen Feng checked it out and was immediately stirred. This kind of mutated beast, illusionary snake, an E-class mutated beast. Its blood and genes were used as the supporting material for a lot of powerful gene reagents. However, none of those genes used it as the core of the reagent. The reason was simple. Its gene was too fickle. The ancestors of the illusionary snake were a dreadful beast called devouring snake. It would devour everything. What was even more terrifying was the fact that, after devouring a mutated beast, it was able to evolve and obtain part of the beast's gene. It might even obtain a part of that beast's ability, depending on the amount of gene it obtained. It was an extremely terrifying mutated beast. Due to the influence and combination of all sorts of peculiar abilities, the offspring of the devouring snakes would possess all sorts of peculiar genes and peculiar abilities at birth. After many years of evolution, it became a type of beast that contained countless genes and abilities within its body, an exceptionally unstable peculiar mutated beast, illusionary snake. Illusionary snakes were extremely terrifying. Naturally, it wasn't terrifying due to its strength. Rather, it was due to its abilities being unknown. In accordance with all sorts of dominant genes, recessive genes, and mutation probability, it was able to utilize all sorts of peculiar abilities. It might be bullied by an F-class mutated beast one moment. It might also explode in anger and start ravaging a D-class mutated beast the next moment. This was the illusionary snake, an extremely peculiar product of mutation. After looking for a long time, 2 words suddenly spurted out of Chen Feng's mouth. Gluttonous snake? That's right. No matter how one put it, this beast was akin to a gluttonous snake that had given birth to offspring possessing all sorts of peculiar abilities due to overeating. This was the illusionary snake. As for the myriad illusions in its description, that was the exact reason for Chen Feng to choose this gene. Myriad illusions, triggering the illusionary snake gene within one's body, unleashing an attack with illusionary snake gene as the basis. Type of attacks indeterminable. This was the so-called myriad illusions. As for what kind of attacks it would unleash, unknown. This was an extremely rare gene. Among the current known gene system, none of the gene system contained the gene of the illusionary snake within. This was a type of peculiar gene that stood alone. There were no secret arts that required this gene as part of the combination. There were several categories for gene fusion. Some genes were able to combine and form a complete gene system. Despite the individual genes not being particularly powerful, after combining, they would form a myriad of fused secret arts. This was especially true after one fused with 5 or more genes. The genes would combine and form a formidable secret art. There were also some genes that, despite not having any compatible genes to combine and form secret arts, they were extremely powerful. Every single one of those genes possessed the ability to stand tall by itself. The illusionary snake gene belonged to the second category. For a normal person, this kind of gene was too weak and unstable. In this world filled with countless dangers, an attack dealing damage below one's expectations only needed to appear once, and that would be enough for something bad to happen. And if a damage exceeding one's expectations were to appear, the extra damage was merely a waste of energy. This was one of those genes whose research value was much higher than its practical value. Since it was placed together with some 5-star F-class genes, Chen Feng was sure that its value wasn't particularly high. However, myriad illusions. Chen Feng's eyes shone. He had been studying E-class fusion reagents for a whole week. As far as he was concerned, no other genes were as suitable for him as this gene. Random, countless possibilities. This was the type of ability he wanted. Then. Chen Feng clapped his thigh and made up his mind on the spot. Footnotes 1. As a recap, secret arts are formed after combining multiple genetic abilities together. Within his rented house in Gold City, Chen Feng was studying the information pertaining to the illusionary snake gene. He had chosen this formula in a fit of excitement. However, there were still some unsettled issues with it. For example, the lowest requirement for one to produce this formula was having 150 points of spiritual energy. It had crossed Chen Feng's mind to simply get some grandmaster producers to produce this gene for him. He was, after all, somewhat rich now. However, he was not satisfied with that. What he wanted was not some ordinary illusionary snake gene. What he wanted was the strongest, a mutation. Furthermore, if possible, he even wanted to create his own formula. This was a gene fusion reagent that would affect his power for this whole life of his. As such, he had to maximize the power it possessed. Only with this could he maximize the amount of power he would gain. Hiring someone else to produce it? Not reliable enough. I still need to do it myself. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Setting the requirement that he must be the one who produced his own fusion gene, he reckoned that nobody else was as awe-inspiring. Right? However, this requirement of 150 spiritual energy was an extremely great barrier. It's about time I break through. Chen Feng's gaze was firm. Breaking through into E-class. Increase the spiritual energy. Create his very own E-class fusion gene reagent. The next day, as he had recovered his luck value, Chen Feng started producing mutated gold ant genes. Gulp. He consumed the reagent. Instantly, Chen Feng could feel a formidable power spreading within his body. That formidable power condensed unceasingly, ultimately becoming a powerful torrent. What was the limit mode? The way Chen Feng saw it, it was like a firm wall. And now, bang! That powerful torrent broke through the wall with an unstoppable power. Chen Feng could seemingly feel his spiritual wall cracking this instant. The world before his eyes instantly seemed clearer, and his spiritual world became brighter. This was an odd feeling. Whoosh! Gene scan. Chen Feng's spirit attribute had reached 101 points. Limit breakthrough. Entering E-class. Unfortunately, despite entering E-class, there was only a 1-point increase in his attribute. It was still far from 150 points. However, now that he was in E-class, he had another chance to consume an E-class attribute increasing reagent. After researching, Chen Feng found that the presently available best E-class gene increasing reagent would be able to increase his spiritual energy by 35 points. Price, 500,000. As Chen Feng was now rich and imposing, he bought it instantly. Gulp. He gulped it down. Chen Feng's attribute reached 136 points. However, that was as far as it went. Gene strengthening? Now that Chen Feng was in E-class, killing wind foxes was no longer useful. Even the strongest wind fox leader would only possess 100 attribute points. As for killing E-class mutated beasts, without first fusing with a gene, regardless of what beast Chen Feng killed, it wouldn't help. Hence, there was only one way for Chen Feng to increase his spiritual energy: gene production. Just nice. Chen Feng pondered. It's about time for me to grind those formulas. Presently, he only had Lumber Bear gene mastered. His gene production level was still stuck at 1 star. Despite this star rating being merely a point of reference, it was what the requirements for the rookie competition were based on. Since Chen Feng had made himself some money, it was about time for him to start mastering those formulas. When grinding the formulas, due to the tempering effect they brought, they would be able to increase his spiritual energy as well. It was simply an act of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As such, during the next month, Chen Feng spent his time in bitter training. Rush. As for his luck value, Chen Feng saved them all. Using 20 points of luck value, he would be able to produce a mutated gold ant gene worth 3 million. This meant a single point of luck value was now worth 150,000. For Chen Feng, this was the most valuable thing he had. What was the point of having over 10 million in cash? Pointless. Only when all that money was converted into power would it be practical. The 10 million he had earned in 7 days' time was gradually spent in this training month. However, Chen Feng's familiarity with the formulas was rapidly increasing as well. He had completely mastered the Gold Ant formula and the Thunder Snake formula. When producing ordinary genes, he would be successful even without using his luck value. His production level had also increased to 10 star from 1 star. Naturally, as far as Chen Feng was concerned, what was most important was the spirit attribute. After a month of bitter training, a huge amount of investment, and high-intensity tempering, Chen Feng's spirit attribute increased by 16 points, reaching 152 points from 136 points. It was worth it. Then, what was next was to produce the illusionary snake gene. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He had done his research during this month. The production of the illusionary snake gene was extremely troublesome. It was not only due to it being a 4-star E-class fusion gene. The main issue was the extreme instability of the illusionary snake gene. For ordinary formulas, it was sufficient for one to extract the required main gene from the blood essence. As for illusionary snake gene, what this formula required was not a part of the illusionary snake's gene. Instead, what it required was all the genes contained within the blood essence. That was because knowing how many genes it contained was an impossible feat. Which of the genes were useful? Which of the genes were useless? Hence, the production of the illusionary snake gene reagent did not even require the gene search step. That was because all the genes it contained need to be assimilated into the gene reagent. This was an extremely peculiar gene reagent. What it needed was the entirety of the illusionary snake. Similar with other mutated beasts, a few minutes after its death, the reactivity of an illusionary snake's gene would start decreasing. The more time that passed, the higher the amount of genes that would disappear. Despite the fact that the amount of genes remaining had no effect on the success rate, comparatively, was a gene produced from 100,000 genes really the same as a gene produced from 10,000 genes? Naturally not. Hence, the illusionary snake gene must be produced on the spot. In actuality, starting from E-class, a lot of powerful and rare genes could only be produced before the reactivity of the gene disappeared in order to get the greatest result out of the production. Chen Feng had even prepared the incubator liquid in advance. He had everything prepared except the main ingredient. What he lacked now was a fresh illusionary snake. To be exact, what he lacked was the most powerful illusionary snake leader. Chen Feng was confident that the amount of genes contained within an illusionary snake leader surpassed ordinary illusionary snakes by far. The strongest illusionary snake, the strongest production. Only with this would he be able to produce his very own strongest fusion gene. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. The desolate rocky grounds was the birthplace of illusionary snakes. That place was filled with mountains and rocks and was extremely dangerous. Since he was now a producer, there was no need for him to personally go hunt the snakes. I can just hire a small team to help me with the hunt. Chen Feng made his decision speedily. Xif. Chen Feng contacted him straight away. Regretfully, Xif's group was at a crucial point of breaking through the A-class bottleneck. Hence, they couldn't spare any time for this. As such, Chen Feng could only look for others himself. Who should I find? As Chen Feng was pondering, a notification appeared on his screen. Recommendation? Chen Feng was astonished. This so-called recommendation was, in actuality, the act of automatically sending relevant information or news in accordance to your search history. It could be considered one of the intelligent functions the wristband possessed. The information on gambling when he searched for lotteries and the information on porn when he searched for loans was the result of this function. This function was quite deceptive in nature. Another one of those scam advertisements. Chen Feng opened the notification. Hello. Based on your present personal details and keyword history, gene production, illusionary snake, formula, exploration, we are recommending you some relevant information. One of your contacts, Wang Chun, has recently issued a mission relevant to illusionary snake. Tap here to open. Wang Chun? Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. Wang Chun was a friend he made while researching about illusionary snakes at the Learning Forum. He was also the first person to purchase his mutated gold ant gene. Hence, they were seemingly interlinked by fate. He had deep understanding of illusionary snakes. However, he did not expect that Wang Chun would issue a mission related to illusionary snakes. He is also planning to hunt illusionary snakes. Chen Feng was astonished. However, he recovered in a short time. True, if Wang Chun was not hunting illusionary snakes, how would he be so familiar with it? If that was the case, then the mission. Chen Feng curiously opened Wang Chun's mission. Gene production mission, illusionary snakes scale. Content, with illusionary snakes scale as the material, engage in gene production on the spot in accordance with the provided new formula until the production is successful. Requirements, producing on the spot, possessing a success rate of 5% and above for new 2-star E-class formulas. Reward, one set of the formula that would also be used during the mission, one set of 4-star E-class formula. Remark, I will be bringing my own team. Hence, there's no need for you to engage in any battles. When the battle has ended, we will give you the illusionary snakes scale. The producer only needs to be in charge of on-the-spot production. Remark 2. The new formula is a 2-star E-class formula. If the producer were to accept the formula but fails to produce it successfully, the producer will be penalized an amount of 1 million yuan. Remark 3. The final goal might be illusionary snake leader, if we are to meet with illusionary snakes scale. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. For once, this recommendation feature was reliable. Without a doubt, this was a mission issued at the Gene Production Association. Similar with how Xf issued his mission previously, the mission was looking for a gene producer. Wang Chun's target was clear, the illusionary snakes scale. If they found an illusionary snake leader, they would kill that illusionary snake leader. Chen Feng was tempted. He wasn't too bothered with the mission reward. However, if Wang Chun's target was only the scale, wouldn't the remaining parts of the snake be his? An illusionary snake had so many scales. It wouldn't have much effect if it were to lose some of its scales. Furthermore, Wang Chun would bring his own team for this. Chen Feng only needed to follow along. Where else could he find something good like this? He had to accept this mission. Naturally, the premise was that they needed to be able to reach an agreement. Chen Feng directly contacted Wang Chun and made known his purpose. Wang Chun immediately assigned the mission to Chen Feng, a genius capable of creating 3 mutated formulas. This mission assignment was worth it. I will send the formula to you. We can depart once you familiarize yourself with it, Wang Chun said. Chen Feng smiled. All right. With the popularity he had gained from the several mutated formulas he created, his reputation had increased greatly and he no longer needed to go through all sorts of interviews and reviews before getting a mission, like what had happened previously. Ding, his wristband buzzed. The screen on it flickered. Chen Feng was astonished to find that Wang Chun had actually sent over 2 formulas. The first was the production of illusionary snakes scale, 2-star. E-class. This was the required formula for the mission. It wasn't odd for Wang Chun to send it over for Chen Feng to get familiarized with. But the second formula, Aurora gene formula. Type, special. Class, E. Function, igniting the genes within one's body, unleashing the potential of one's genes, pushing spiritual affinity to its limit. Activation duration of 10 seconds. Consumption, in accordance to the genes. virus. This was actually a formula for a gene virus. Chen Feng's state of mind stirred. Chen Feng had encountered a similar gene before. It was the blood moon used by Chang Hu. He did not expect that Wang Chun would actually send this over to him. Gene viruses were prohibited products. Their sale was prohibited. However, the research value of this item was exceedingly high. How to exploit gene viruses rationally and whether or not gene viruses brought any positive benefits had always been a topic widely researched by academics. You can contact me after you finish studying the illusionary snake's scale formula. I have also sent the reward for this mission to you as well. Although you won't be able to sell this thing, its research value is still extremely high. It will bring great benefit for one's gene production. I'm not a gene producer and am not particularly familiar with this profession. Hence, you can study it yourself. Wang Chun briefly explained. Gene virus. Chen Feng's heart was blazing. He wasn't surprised that Wang Chun would give him the reward in advance. After all, he had a different status nowadays. Hence, he would definitely not destroy his own reputation for a single formula. However, for this special 4-star E-class formula to actually be a gene virus was truly surprising, especially its function. Pushing the limit of the spiritual affinity. What did reaching the limit of spiritual affinity signify? It signified that there was no need for one to put forth any effort to control their spiritual ability. Only intending for something to happen would be sufficient. One's spiritual energy would be akin to one's arms, listening to one's commands obediently. For example, Chen Feng's wind blade. Circling around, curving. Chen Feng had trained for a long time to achieve that. However, if his spiritual affinity reached the limit, his wind blades would move in accordance to his wishes, not only circling around or curving. Even if he wanted the wind blades to drift around, it wouldn't present any problems. Increasing one's affinity was not something as simple as increasing one's attributes. Instead, it was enabling one to fully display the power of one's spiritual energy. This was how formidable a gene virus was. Naturally, as a result, you might die in the process. Could he make use of this? Chen Feng contemplated it. With luck aura, he could effectively contain the gene damage during his usage of the gene virus. If what was damaged were those trash genes within a human's body, it would be helpful to his body instead. For others, this was a prohibited product. However, for him, this might be a trump card, completely changing the situation on the battlefield within 10 seconds. Trash gene. Chen Feng contemplated deeply. He must first ascertain the amount of genes that needed to be ignited. As soon as the amount of the ignited genes surpassed the amount of trash genes within his body, something bad might happen. Just produce it first. Chen Feng did not need long to decide. This was a rare formula with high difficulty, similar to the illusionary snake formula. Fortunately, the capabilities of the current Chen Feng had been increased by quite an amount as well. After spending 2 days, he managed to familiarize himself with this formula. Begin production. The production method of a gene virus was somewhat similar to a normal gene. The only difference was that the required materials were much higher in amount with a higher production difficulty as well. After fusing several core blood essences possessing different abilities, with help of his luck value, Chen Feng finally produced an Aurora gene reagent that was radiating with a bizarre splendor. Luck value consumption, 3 points. Success. This was the first 4-star E-class gene Chen Feng produced. However, it did not trouble him in the least. As long as he had sufficient spiritual energy and luck value, Chen Feng was confident that he would be able to produce any gene he wished. A tinge of bizarre radiance blossomed from the bottle of reagent in his hands. Give it a try. Chen Feng hesitated. Normally, he would test out the reagents he produced. However, this Aurora was extremely dangerous. A human body contained a large amount of trash genes. The reason Chen Feng chose this gene virus was because, with the help of his luck aura, he would be able to use these trash genes as its fuel. However, what if the consumption exceeded the limit? Once his genetic ability and his gene attributes started dropping, things would get extremely dangerous. Chang Hu was the perfect example of this. Chen Feng had to be prudent when handling gene viruses. Let's study it first. Chen Feng pondered and started researching online. He found the evaluation done by the Gene Production Association. There was also news reported by the media outlets. Furthermore, there were a lot of reports where someone died after using Aurora gene reagent. Chen Feng drew a rough hypothesis in accordance to what happened after those people consumed the gene virus. His verdict was, it was feasible. The amount of genes required for ignition by the Aurora virus was very near the number of trash genes available within a human body. Even if there was some disparity, the difference wouldn't exceed 1%. I can give it a try. Chen Feng inhaled. He was currently too weak. Hence, he needed some methods to protect himself. As he thought of this, he left his rented house and went to the training center at the urban district. After renting a training room specifically used to test combat power, he gulped the gene reagent down. Gulp. Gene consumed. Bang. A torrent of terrifying energy rushed into his body and fused with the energy within his body. At this instant, Chen Feng felt the whole world before his eyes change. His spiritual energy instantly became lively. The world before his eyes became unprecedentedly clear. Instantly, Chen Feng's eyes started shining gold. Dazzlingly bright. Chen Feng felt like his whole body was burning. Within his body, genes were being ignited. At this moment, all the trash genes within were ignited. Different from how the blood moon would unleash its might gradually as the ignition happened, the Aurora gene would instantly ignite all the genes and proceed to provide 10 seconds of maximum affinity. Bang, bang. Chen Feng seemed to be able to hear sounds of explosions resounding within his body. However, right this moment, he felt a tinge of sweetness in his throat as the blood within him boiled and an intense pain appeared instantly in his body. This feeling. Chen Feng looked at his digitized panel immediately. Strength. Permanent drop of 1 point. It dropped. Chen Feng's state of mind stirred. Even with luck aura and the ignition of all the trash genes, it was still not sufficient. His strength attribute had been the first attribute to decrease. Fortunately, Chen Feng's primary assessment was not wrong. After the drop of 1 point in strength, the requirements of the Aurora gene were fulfilled and the formidable power belonging to the Aurora gene descended. Thump. A soft sound resounded from within his body. Akin to rebirth after breaking out of a cocoon, something seemed to have quietly appeared just like that. His spiritual energy came to life.